Friends, welcome to the Valorant Game Changers Academy. I am super excited for some Valorant today. It is a beautiful Sunday, and I'm actually joined here by Emily, which I mean is a legend in their own being in Game Changers, so it's super exciting. How are you, Emily?
I'm super excited to be here, especially casting with you, golfers. And also just these lineups today in GCA. I'm excited to watch and see how it all kind of plays out. GCA is always like a pretty fun event to kind of watch and see different things happen, so very excited.
Oh, no, absolutely. Well, I mean, it's also cool because, I mean, talking a bit about the initiative, it is a great way to foster inclusion in esports, provide pathways for women and marginalized genders to kind of develop that skill and gain that experience to reach a higher competitive level. So if any of you guys watching were debating on, forming up a team and trying it out, it is very, very much wanted. Please, I'd love to see your names, and actually, I'd love to cast your games. So if that's something you're interested in, I do believe we have a Discord for stuff like that. I'm gonna ask and see what the link might be, but either way, we are ready. I mean, Game Changers, we have a lot of variety here, especially like just going throughout the bracket that we've seen. So I'm very excited to see who we're watching compete today.
Yeah, I mean, even as a viewer, it's so fun to watch it because you get so many unexpected things, whether it's team comps, whether it's like actual players mix and matching on these teams, like these pug teams. And it's just really like all levels of talent. Even looking at this bracket, like in these top 4 teams that we have players that we might not know so well, and also well-known veterans, even coming from LCQ on the side of 5 Centis.
Yeah, and actually really exciting games. Like you said, 5 Centis already 2-0 within their time in the playoff bracket. So they have no maps lost, to which Blade of the Ruined King had a bit of a mishap with Catnappers, but they're here, right? They're in the semifinals, making their way over to grand finals. I do want to say I love the British Shark name. I've been absolutely obsessed with the TikTok videos that they've been creating, so I love the representation there. But it's cool. Like you said, so many veterans playing today, and we're actually going to see a lot of veterans playing in the semifinals match with 5 Centis and Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think we're also be seeing 2 very different kinds of play styles. 5 Centis is what it sounds like. We have 5 Sentinel players, all mixed on different roles. And when I think of like a Sentinel, I think of a player that you can like leave alone on an island, and they are for most of the game or most of the time. So when I look at them, I think of players like Noya or Basarda, these high-skilled aimers, and putting them on roles like Duelist, for example. And we've even actually seen in the last best of 3 for them, Starbound off of Chamber for the first time in like a year, playing Neon, right? And just absolutely destroying in that best of 3. So it's weird seeing like these hard one-trick Centis, or almost one-trick Centis, on these different roles, and it working out for them just because of their raw mechanical aim.
Well, with raw mechanical aim being brought about, I do want to see what maps we're going to actually see that raw mechanical aim and game play. So for us today, map picks and bans, they're a really important part of how the game is going to go, right? Picking the map that really best suits you for the first game is such a big advantage. And we do actually see 5 Centis did manage to pick Haven with Blade of the Ruined King following up with Pearl. So if it works out, I mean, worst comes to worst, right? 5 Centis lose their map pick. So this is important. And I'm thinking, obviously, we've seen 5 Centis play on Haven. This does actually tend to be a map that they do bring up, especially recently within their playoff games throughout Radiant Academy, as well as their grouping stage. So this to me feels very, very safe.
No, it does. And even looking at Blade, I want to say that they run more like standard comps, which could either benefit them or also ruin them in this best of 3. But even their standard comps aren't necessarily standard to like, I don't know, I want to say like champs comps, or comps that have been run in champs this year, right? Because they're still having different, sorry, I lost my train of thought. They're having different team comps, but at least every role is filled, right? Whereas on 5 Centis, you don't know if they're going to run something similar to standard or if they're going to bring out 3 duelists like they did earlier in the bracket.
Yeah, and that in itself is worrying. I mean, this is a great time to kind of, I wouldn't say test things out, because at the end of the day, it is still competition. I know a lot of the ladies here love to win. Listen, I mean, that's the name of the game. So I feel like here is the time to get serious, but also test things out, kind of, and there's so many players here that I do feel like used to play a lot of duelists and were very accustomed to that type of role and to that environment, to where now they're kind of switching things up, playing the chamber, like you said, where we did get to see that slight switch up with the duelist and playing the Sage potentially. So this to me is exciting. I know in Haven we did get to see, you know, the Yoru Neon kind of gameplay coming through from 5 Centis. So that to me is quite exciting. I do like that a lot coming through from that team. It worked out very, actually it was like a 12-14 in that game that they did play. So did it work out? Yeah, I mean, their attacking half was pretty decent. So I am excited to see what exactly the agent selection is going to look like.
No, for sure. I'm just excited to see Haven because I really want to see Starbound on that Neon. I want to see Starbound playing something other than Chamber for the first time in a year. And I think it'll be really fun to watch and see how Starbound actually plays off of the Sentinel role, off of the specifically Chamber. So I think that'll be really interesting and fun to watch.
I don't know, I'm so biased. It's hard because I really do like Starbound's Chamber. It's such an enjoyable watch. Well, I mean, either way, if you can frag out on Chamber like that, you can pretty much do what you please on Neon. But yeah, I mean, that is going to be pretty hype, especially on Haven. I am looking forward to the potential. I mean, we did see a lot of fast gameplay coming through from Battison, who is a player that, I mean, always strikes like the top of my head whenever I think of I mean, 5 Centis, but Battison is a phenomenal player on the Neon as well. So if we do get to see the Starbound Yoru with Battison Neon, I think that's going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, and I think there's still a chance, like a high chance, that we see Starbound going back to that Chamber role, because looking at their first, looking at playoffs for 5 Centis, in the first map we did see Starbound off role, but they ended up losing that map. And then I think what kind of happened is, going to second map, they were like, okay, let's dial it back a bit. Let's kind of go back to what we know rather than running like 3 duelists or something just kind of hard to play around when you don't know exactly what you're going to do. Something a little bit more structured, and that's what they ended up doing for the last 2 maps, and it worked out and got them that win. So I think if first map they don't absolutely dominate, or at least get like a win off of that, they might go back to what they know best.
I agree, and I mean, a big challenge here too for Blade of the Ruined King. Their only win condition right now is really just trying to get as many rounds as they can on their attack, because they didn't perform very well on the attack half on their Haven map. So it is looking at, you know, what side are they starting on? Is it going to be dangerous to start on the attacking half and not give themselves as much to work with? So that's definitely something in my mind, to where it is something to think about, because we did get to see the Reyna be played for this team previously, and Reyna's such a picky agent, right? You have to perform. If you don't perform, Reyna's pretty much useless. So it's also one of those things of like really just stepping up to the plate here.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think in order for them to have a stronger first map going into Haven, you're right, they do need to get way more attack rounds, and I think that just goes into, like, I think they're gonna have a hard time going against 5 Centis though, especially if they're running like that double duelist comp, and you don't really know what they're gonna do. Like I said, I think Blade is trying to run a more of a standard Valorant, and I think we're gonna see that in their gameplay, especially in their macros. So if 5 Centis are able to kind of shake that up and not play predictable, which I don't think they will at all. I think Blade will have a lot harder of a time than they did, especially going against 5 Centis over Catnappers.
Well, I know you guys are waiting for the game, and I am so happy to tell you that we are actually going to head into it. So now instead of the assumptions, we finally do get to see what exactly is the expectation. But this is fun, actually, and it's different. 5 Centis, they've strayed away from the Reyna. We do see Sari playing on that jet role, which I do like a lot more. I feel like there is a lot more versatility with just eco, right, with the Blade Storm, and having smokes there readily available for coverage. So I'm liking this, and actually we're seeing Cat be put onto the Neon and Starbound back on that chamber. So some excitement still there. I love the Starbound chamber, very biased, so that's fun.
Yeah, it looks like the names are a little bit mixed up here. Blade of the Ruin is on attacking and 5 Centis is on defense. But still, nonetheless, we are seeing Starbound go back to that chamber role. And it looks like the further that they're going in this competition, the more that they're going to play a little bit more structured to what they know, like I said previously. So even though we don't get to see Starbound on that Neon, we get to see a classic Starbound chamber, which we've been seeing perform all year. Oh, unless we're switching it up a bit.
Okay, this is nice, actually. Well, we are still seeing, okay, yeah. So the Yoru on Starbound. I mean, I guess that was like the expectation. I do really like the chamber, but I think Killjoy might honestly be a safer pick. I don't know. I mean, how are you feeling about this?
I feel good only because it is Emluo on that Killjoy. And back when I played with her on CLG and Moist Moguls, she's a player that I didn't ever have to worry about. Like, she's that Senti where you can kind of just leave her to do her own thing and she'll always find success, whether that's lurking on the attack and getting to and calling us back to rotate, or if that's just anchoring down a site and getting hers on the defense. So I'm not worried at all. And I'm so excited to finally see Starbound play something other than Chamber. I love their Chamber. But God, it feels so good to see them, especially on like a duelist role.
Now the Yoru is gonna be exciting. I just feel like the typical Neon Yoru way that people like to combine the two in itself is very aggressive, and I mean, for some fast type of gameplay here on the defense, I'm not quite sure how they're gonna handle this. I know that they do like to actually push up pretty aggressively off the rip, towards A especially. So I think that kind of duo heading over towards there might be something to expect.
Yeah, and on the side of Blade, like, since they are playing that more standard comp, and also hopefully we'll be playing more standard Valorant in general, we have to see if they're able to actually put down 5 Centi's aggression that we're kind of hoping to see anyways.
Yeah, aggression, the name of the game here. Blade of the Ruin King, though, starting it off, KO's going to be such a good pick to really just shut things down. So for me, especially now starting off on C, if they can just hit that null and try to take away any type of util that's settling here, that might be good. So yeah, off the rip, finally not actually able to catch anything, so we are still going to have some of that Killjoy utility lurking there on C.
Yeah, 5 Centis is playing a full retake here, but with that full retake, oh, they're doing a fast retake. With all of that util, Flash is coming out from KO.
Yeah, already making their way onto site, which, I mean, in itself, very, very aggressively made. 5 Centi fighting for their lives, but can't make it. That was quick, in my opinion. I do feel like there wasn't a lot of time to settle and think about what the gameplay was going to be there.
Yeah, and in my mind, you know, that would kind of go in the way of 5 Centis, catching them off guard, or catching Blade off guard, but unfortunately, the aim was just not there in those last few kills. We were unable to pick off Blade in that 2v2, which kind of caused Centis the round, but still, it's Pistol. We're going into an eco here, and we are in GC, that we do have Deagle Demons. So we'll see if, I guess only Cat is buying a Deagle, so we'll see if Cat can come up with something.
Okay, but a Starbound Stinger, listen, I mean, anything is possible here. I do believe. And like you said, Deagle Demons, I think I've seen a lot of like really, really crazy save rounds here come through. Especially like Battison is absolutely insane. So we do see a slight approach up here through Sealers. All right, first one down. And that's a big advantage. I mean, they've at least taken out one, so they do have player advantage settling.
They have. Blade unable to get the trade there is kind of big going in for 5 Centis, being up numbers now. And Blade still kind of slowing it down, looking like we're trying to clear our flank, but still taking space towards A. Wow, we're actually just going to be regrouping into A, thinking that we kind of rotated off on the side of 5 Centis, but we're actually 3 stacked here.
Yeah, so low for 5 Centis. If anything, just trying to play for some sort of, I mean, refrag potential, but 3 players just staying within, I mean, just keeping it patient, to be honest. The Bulldogs are a big stretch to try to play against, but it does seem like they're holding their own. And Cat, I mean, Battison still does manage to make it work. There's picks going through left and right in a 2v2. Now really just tons of util, though. I do remember Rage Monster having. Actually, it seems like they've kind of settled off on that. So just having to play with the pistol alone.
Cover going out.
Bomb grenade out.
Wait, we do have a Bucky in the hand of Rage Monster. This could kind of be deadly as soon as the drone is out.
Oh my gosh, yeah, shock darts making way. That's got to be it. That's brutal. Brutal death, but I give kudos. I think the smoke was a good idea. It's just hard, right? But either way, they took so much weapons off the hands of Blade of the Ruined King.
No, that was huge for 5 Centis. Unfortunately, it did come down to them just not being able to get those trades in the 3v2. But can you blame them? They, like, a lot of them had classics. So I think they did really good for what they could in that round.
Yeah, that was a good one. I am excited that we do get to see some Vandals be brought out here. And with, like, I don't know, with 2 players having the Bulldog and at least a Stinger in hand, I do think there is still a lot of potential here for Blade of the Ruined King, especially with, like, just the aggressiveness we've seen. So, I mean, close fights are taking an advantage here.
Yeah, it looks like this could be a quick round 2, just going for a straight up CXX. The knife did hit the cages, but the util is down.
Yeah, they make way. This is good. Kari, though, does get distracted. So many flashes, but that gives away location, and Starbound just takes it away. So, I mean, beautiful. They keep the site. I mean, smokes are very, very well positioned to where they could play around it.
Yeah, those are huge kills coming in from Rage Monster. I couldn't actually tell if they were spams off of their Sova's dart, but nonetheless, they get 3 and kind of secure this round for them, which looked a little bit shaky, considering Blade did get that first pick on them.
Yeah, and what more else than trying to sandwich this one in, and that's a round. So finally 1-2. Not too big of a difference. We're following the typical Valorant format here within what rounds go. So now, I mean, really is the time to make it work. If 5 Centi take this one in, they kind of just shut down the economy of Blade of the Ruined King and give themselves that leeway.
Yeah, Blade of the Ruined King is gonna have to be aware that, like, because of 5 Centi's comp with the Neon and the Yoru, they're not really going to be playing retake, or if they are, they're going to be retaking when they least expect it with their flashes and their stuns. And their rotates have been really fast so far.
It's still going for a C push here. They've been nothing but aggressive. There's, I mean, really no time to settle. They have made it onto site like every single other time. So this is good. Blade of the Ruined King, they've taken over the C site. The util isn't going to pose much of a threat.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be playing a little bit of a slower retake too with that Neon flank coming in. They do have full Killjoy util, so they're going to have to take a 1v1 here on the flank. Just buying time for that Neon before they begin their full retake.
Yeah, still running it down. That's so scary. Yeah, 2 players just watching that. The fight's not going to be one out. But I like this. They're pushing together. They know that the threat has been made, and just the tension completely distracted. So now Angel by themselves waiting to actually push this one through. But Starbound, if they go down,
Angel needs
very,
to go
very
in here.
dangerous. Yeah, this does have shock dart too. Either way, I think the way that they've played this was I mean, as good as you could with a 1v2.
Yeah, I mean, even though that flank didn't work out for the side of Sentis, their retakes just spamming flashes and taking those fights and disrupting their crossfires on site on the side of Blade just makes it so hard. Because not only are they getting pressure from the flank and 2 players are getting distracted, it's like a 3v4 on site for them then.
Yeah, 5 Centi. I mean, holding it down though, so... with the repetitiveness that we've seen, there hasn't really been too much of a slow take here. And they know, I mean, a quick rotation has been set out on 5 Centi because they know how fast we've seen Blade of the Ruined King kind of approach site. So excited to see what B site might look like here.
Wow, they're able to get that first pick. No smokes on the side of 5 Centis now. It looks like we're pushing for a link.
Spike down B.
Ooh, and that's rough. Already working their way. And there wasn't a lot of smoke utility settled down, I feel like, at a good time. So it does give, I mean, some space for Cocomelon to take this one back. Now they have to fight. I mean, for even more here. Attacking side just leaving one to play this and isolate some of these fights. But I don't know how easy that's going to be. Yeah, Sheriff in hand. Not much hope here.
Yeah, 5 Sentis just so quick to take these fights. They're just trying to brawl out basically wherever they can. Ooh, and look at their ults. 4 ults on the side of 5 Sentis. That's going to be hard to beat, especially on like any kind of retake that they want to take, whether it's slow or fast. They'll be able to do it with the Killjoy ult and with the Sova ult.
I mean, knowing how fast Blade of the Rune King is playing, or even just like the repetitiveness of their site takes, how would you handle this for ult like play?
Yeah, this is kind of no way. It looks like we're going for a mid push here. Meanwhile, Blade is leading towards that C split. So well coming up from Astralis.
Yeah, that's gonna be good. Actually, tons of information too, and damage. So being able to just take out that KO alone is such a big advantage.
And we are pushed up towards C. Bomb is pushing through Garage. Not even going for the plant, but going for the crunch.
Yeah, big rotation over towards C.
Spike planted.
And actually not a lot of util to use. So for Starbound right now, it's just, I mean, it could wait potentially, but I mean, time is of the essence here. They need to isolate some of these fights, and the whip hurts so bad. Very unfortunate. And that would have been brilliant, honestly. Would have opened up some way here for Australis, but they're still fighting. That's going to be at least one to kind of account for. Still having the drone, they're not going to use it at this point. I mean, really just running it down, ending the round off as fast as possible.
I like that you're going through a fight or going for a fight there, because at the end of the day, it's a 2v4. You kind of need to make a hero play.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the whip comes out. What can you do?
Yeah, at least, hey, you tried, and I feel like that's the best. And we still do actually have 2 ults on the board here for 5 Senti. So it's not all in vain. They've used, what, Australis maybe, and just got information off that, so it works.
It looks like we're going for a repeat round on that C split again. Which is a little dangerous because both Omen and Killjoy are playing close.
Actually, they didn't get anything there, so Vanitas has to be paying some pretty thorough attention to what the util is going to look like, but they have taken out already my apologies, the turret. So, I mean, slow approach over towards C. C, it does have, you know, a lot of util to use here, but at this point, I mean, they've already lost majority of their teammates. I mean, the 2 ultimates that they do have, they can't necessarily push it out right now.
Yeah, they have to find space somewhere else. They go mid, they go into 2, they push out towards C, and they get off. Wait, 5 Senti's a double opping?
It's funny because I heard the chat pop, so I know that they're like, what is this? Yeah, that's unfortunate. Oh, gosh. And then, I mean, good off Kiara, though. I do like this. Slowly isolating some of these fights. Oh, man. Yeah, but that's going to be hard. Starbound with the op is very unstoppable.
Never show weakness.
We do still have good ults on the side of 5 Sentis, but honestly, if I was in Blade, or I was in Blade's shoes, I would like to see them slow it down a bit, right? Because 5 Sentis is aggressing almost every single round anyways, and if they're able to hold and try and pick them off as they're aggressing, rather than kind of committing to whatever early plan that they have, I think they find a lot more success than pushing, but we are going towards 3A this round.
No, and I like that you said that. I completely agree. I mean, right there, right? It's a hold coming through from 5 Sentis instead, because they know Blade of the Rune King like to push these angles. And now, I mean, they're looking like deer in headlight. Not sure where else to progress from here.
Especially having double ops on the same site is just so hard to clear, especially with one Sova. You have a drone and a dart.
And they, no matter what, they're not expecting a rotation. In fact, they have 3 players sitting A because they know Blade of the Rune King. They commit to these sites no matter what. Yara, winning the fight. That's going to be really, really good. Even with the ult pop. All right, 4 players able to push themselves on. We still do have tons of util to utilize here, especially coming through from Omen.
We do. We have the counter Killjoy coming in from 5 Sentis as well. They're going to have to get off site. They have no way of breaking that. They're saving so well for post plant. This is going to be a really hard round for 5 Sentis to come back into. We're kind of really relying on Rage Monster flank here, but they're flanking with a Judge.
Yeah, and I mean, there's some work they could do against Kiara with a classic, but if they see it, they need to clear the angle. That's beautiful. And already not actually finding out the other. So 2v3, I mean, numbers definitely not a big advantage, but either way, Hunter Fury kind of just there to seal the deal. And Cocomelon, not enough time to really do much. They are at half, so if they can take out Sorry, maybe. But yeah, no.
Sorry, just at this time running around.
Taking picks.
That was a good try from 5 Centis, though. They were able to kind of waste that Sova ult.
We are strong because we are together. Don't forget
And
that.
able to get some kills for Emlo.
Thanks.
I think
Yeah,
the fact that... Oh, sorry.
No, you go.
I was going to say, I think the fact that Blade was able to kind of bounce back into that round, still pushing onto A, which had 2 or 3 there towards that mid round, was kind of impressive.
No, I like that. And I mean, the commit there was honestly great. I wasn't expecting them, especially with the amount of information they knew, all 3 players, you know, sitting on A, but I think that was definitely the best call. Just kind of pushing the envelope there, but already Cocomelon's not playing around. They need the round, so Blade of the Rune King trying to make way here, losing the advantage though.
Yeah, I mean, 5 Centis is on the eco. It looks like they were going for an early mid aggression. And honestly, getting up numbers.
Yeah, keeping their... Just being really headstrong here. I'm really liking the strat, though. I like the 3-player, actually now 2-player push, kind of moving forward towards Garage. Angel is able to capture one, but this is hard. A 2v3. I mean, what else is going to be pushed out other than just trying to take some of these picks out? But the clutch is huge, keeping that.
Starbound being able to stick that. I mean, at that point, Blade had no idea where they were after they pushed through mid, right? They decided to push through spawn to get some sort of space rather than just being tucked on site and have the risk of getting pinched from every single choke point. But unfortunately, it did not work out for them. They were able to get the kills, but Starbound being able to stick that bomb, that's a really good eco coming in from them.
Yeah.
A round that they really shouldn't have won.
No, they were full trusting that smoke and knowing where these players were. They knew, I mean, it was going to be difficult. You had to run up to take that fight, so... Honestly, just a beautiful win from 5 Centi.
Early rotations coming in from 5 Centi. You're being forced to TP out, though. Leaves a 2vx on site.
Ooh, yeah, stuns are really good here coming through from Cat. I do like, I mean, just how well Blade of the Rune King are fighting this. They're pushing both sides
for
to...
Flood.
Yeah. Also trying to just close out some of these angles. This is good. They know. Is that a fake? Oh, yeah, it is. Sorry. I thought they were pulling one of the things where it's like, I'm just going to pretend I'm the clone, but no. Fully kept aware, so this is good. All right. The push-in was perfect. They used everything they could. And I do like that. They hold the site. They're not, you know, playing the retake game on it.
Yeah, no, they fight for the site. They're not even willing to let Blade set up to a post plant. Just flashing out, popping out. There was a little bit of a mistiming there on the Omen blind, causing the Graffiti person to get or to pick off Emlo out, but still worked out in their favor in the end.
Cutting through.
Yeah, both these teams, I mean, pretty confident in their
Jump.
choices. I haven't seen there be much of I guess like a very complex play of, hey, let's fake it here and then try to just base in the util. No, it's full pedal to the metal. And I mean, pedal to the metal it shall be again, but the flash was perfectly placed to keep this going. So 5 Centi, they've left Blade of the Rune King up to 2 players.
Yeah, and 5 Centi knowing that Blade have been liking this kind of standard A main take with drone up short, slowly take up long with dart, and just kind of abusing that and just bringing the fight to them early.
Yeah, pulling from now to try to, okay, well, the flash itself worked, so now knowing where Blade of the Rune King is residing here, just sitting down and long, and Kiara, beautiful pick off that 2K, so they've given themselves some chance. They have 53 seconds, it could be a rotation, whatnot. I mean, they have all room.
Yeah, Kiara needed a miracle, but miracles do happen sometimes, I guess, and a 1v2, not looking too bad. Plus, you have to look at the econ. Like, if Blade lose this round, they're going into last round broke. Because they even in this round, they only had 4 guns, but committed to the full buy.
30 seconds
Yeah, and winning
left.
this one just gives them already a preset advantage in the pistol round, so taking in the lead with the next half. definitely not a round they want to lose, but I like this, right? The positioning here. Oh, unfortunate. We do have Hunter's Fury. Some damage made, but already, okay, slightly damaged.
I know exactly where Kiara is. Still manages to get one though.
Oh, no, you don't deserve my inventions.
All right.
Last round
I think
before
all
the
in all,
switch.
I would not be disappointed with that. Obviously a round that they had to kind of pull through with, but there is the last round to kind of full by here. Shields aren't looking too solid, which might be one of the biggest worries. And Starbound actually pulling that off back out.
Yeah, but if you look at the side of Blade, they do have 4 ults coming into this round that I would love to see them capitalize on. But it looks like we're going back to that A. But maybe we're going to exec with a K-wall. We're going to Omen TP. We're going to change something up.
Scanning ahead.
Oh, and this is dangerous
And
actually.
Neon's
5
already
centi.
mid.
Yeah, they're following up with the ult, so okay. Backing up, ultimate gone. I'm not quite sure how big of an advantage that's gonna be for them. I do know there is only a classic settled in the hands of Neon here for 5 centi, so. Oh.
Spike planted.
Sova ult's gonna be coming in late for this, if they even use it for the ult, for the Killjoy ult. And it looks like we're not going to? Oh, sorry. Wrong side. Oh my gosh.
No, I was thinking that too. I'm like, I don't know what's going on, but no, they unfortunately not having that. But Angel's using it perfectly. Actually, tons of damage for 5 centi. So, and now actually in information, 2 players settled up inside of Heaven. Vanitas, I mean, really trying to make that kind of distraction there. It does seem like Hell taken out. Beautiful picks off Starbound and a 1v1. The classic in hand. There's not even enough time. Yep, and I mean, Kiara just settles the score. So 7-5, closing off on this half.
Honestly, not a bad half for how 5 centi's are playing it. And Blade being able to find success in rounds that kind of didn't seem like they were in their favor.
Yeah, that was, it was a big back and forth, but like you said, with the repetitiveness we've been seeing, like, and the constant committal from Blade of the Ruined King, I think they were very, very headstrong. And I mean, like you said it in the beginning, their insane aim mechanics, it really did carry them down in that attacking half.
Yeah, now that we're swapping sides, like, the roles are going to be reversed. We're going to hopefully be seeing some insane aggression coming in from 5 centis, and we'll see how Blade is able to handle that.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to seeing this too, with the Starbound, Battison, Neon, Yoru type of play.
Already pulling rotates in without even showing too much towards Seaside. Sova's been spotted on site. Looks like we're just going for a full commit towards A. We do have the lurker towards garage though. See what Emilio can end up finding.
Yeah, that's exciting. I mean, they're going to have to rotate. Spike has been planted, and I'm surprised Sari was actually just waiting for, for someone in garage. But yeah, keeping their patience, playing the retake game.
Yeah, 5 centis is set up for a full post plant here. They do have a blind going towards spawn.
Oh, and that was going to be such a pivotal pick. But yeah, just playing the right clicks with the classic here. And Blade of the Ruined King, they did have a flash that they could have utilized here for Vanitas alone, but too many players on site to kind of play with that.
Yeah, that was really good. 5 centis was able to not only get that pick on the lurk, but also have enough util because it was only a Sova on site. And they slowly realized that once they pulled the rotates towards C.
Yeah, more Deagle action, so hopefully we're going to see some initiation there. Vanitas really applying themselves, though, with 12 assists, which...
I like it.
I mean, as the KO, I do feel like we're seeing a lot of action being taken on Vanitas' part with shutting down the side of 5 centis, but yeah, with the aggression we're seeing on A side, I'm not quite sure how that's going to work.
Time to jump.
We're just going to have to hope those KO knives are well timed in order to kind of put a tamper in there. XX.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult. Everyone's pretty much just running it down at this point, trying to get as many picks as they can before that plant. But, you know, I do give it to 5 Sentis here. Positioning absolutely perfect. And yeah, there's no way they lose that one.
No, not at all. Not bad trades though coming in from the side of Blade at the start there. It's just so scary because when 5 Sentis are able to kind of get into their post plant, they still have so much util after going after their exec that they're able to kind of withhold or withstand anything that Blade kind of throws at them, whether they're just trying to run out, whether they have an Omen blind, they counter Omen blind. It's going to be really hard if Blade kind of lets 5 Sentis not only get sight with a pick, but also set up in a full post plant. Switching it up though, looking like a C split almost. A little bit of a slower round coming in from 5 Sentis. Vanitas stuck in the corner.
Ooh, okay. Oh, at least Vanitas gets out of that one alive, so... Yeah, that was potentially very dangerous with the amount of sprays that we were seeing. Cat shuts it down, though, and already 2 players down backside and information given away. So, rotation over towards A, especially now, like you said, we did see the slight lurk going through.
A.
Five Sentis love trying to kind of pull rotates towards one side of the map and then have X amount of players walk up towards the other side. But unfortunately for them, they were kind of stopped in their tracks, and we were able to kind of rotate on and play 2 on A side now.
Ooh, actually looking for a fight in mid. Trying to catch a potential rotation, but sorry. Is actually expecting this.
They're just trying to look for anything to get back into this round. And there's their opening.
30 seconds left.
Oh, and another one. Okay, 20 health, but this is... Oh, saw it! Oh, but Kiara shut it down. Okay. I mean, it was a valiant effort. 1v3. There is potential, too. If Kari tries to rush this one down, it gives a free one over to Starbound.
Yeah, and I don't know if all of them have full armor, and if they don't, this could very well go Starbound's way, especially with this outlaw in hand.
Oh no, they're gonna catch Starbound off guard. Yep. Yep, already taken that one down. So, I mean, good. It was a great play. I do really like the idea that they did, you know, with the lurk over towards A. I do think maybe just slightly delayed, but
yeah, the fact that their Sova was able to pick off one of the 3 going up short was huge for them and kind of stop them. Whereas if they were to pick off the Sova, they'd kind of have full sight. It'd be a 3v1 on the Omen. Nonetheless, that was a really good bonus coming in from 5 Sentis. Got a lot of damage done, a lot of guns, as well as the bomb plant for the extra money. This is what I'm excited to see, though. I'm excited to see a really fast round coming from 5 Sentis. And it looks like they're going to go towards C and just do a full C exec.
I think this is what we need, too. There's no KO over towards the C site, so, I mean...
Revealing area.
All is fair. Now, he's just slowly trying to make way and actually pushing a lot of these players back. So Sari can't fight on site with Kiara, and that's going to cause a big disadvantage.
Yeah, being able to split up the 2 site anchors there, the Jet and the Killjoy, and isolating the Killjoy on the site was huge for them. We are kind of cluttered on site here. I would love to see some sort of spacing.
Looking to see what util they can use too. Oh no, and they can't actually even get the wallbang to come through. So Blade of the Ruined King, they funnel themselves in and kind of just allow Sentis to take those fights. So 10-6, which is honestly such a good advantage, especially like they're pushing Blade of the Ruined King into this weird economic stance.
No, they are. They are. Looks like we're still going to try and force some sort of a buy, though, which honestly, I don't mind. We're down 4 rounds. It's getting close. We got to kind of go for something to kind of get us back up on that board. We are shifting around, too. We're going for more of a seaside stack, which is the read.
Yeah, this is going to be so brutal. I'm wondering how explosive this is going to be. But with the lineups from Coco Melon trying to shut down the util that we do see, I'm actually quite excited, right? Already, we do see Battison slowly working their way up Vanitas waves, but it doesn't matter. 2K to their name. And I mean, a potential more. No, shut it down. So, I mean, through the smokes, tons of smokes actually settled on site. So, a lot of angles to play with here if you're playing with the C site.
Yeah, the fact that they were still trying to go for it It's kind of crazy, and now it's just Sova left in a 1v4. Stuck in pocket there.
Yeah, 30 seconds left for the recon. And
No Yuto, just gonna have to try and jiggle and find whatever they can. And what they can find is 2?
yeah, that's beautiful. But there is a flank, so actually no, there's not. I thought they were gonna try to. Yeah, thought they were gonna try to push that one, but actually playing together might be the play here. Australis has proven to be dangerous at this point.
Grouping up to be 1, expecting the tap.
Oh, and I don't know if they were trying to get that rotation, but 7 bullets left. Looking for a lineup.
Oh my god!
Beautiful.
Never give up.
Blade had the right idea, grouping up that 2v1, taking that fight, but just got split up and kind of isolated in those jiggle peaks coming in from Astralis.
No, I absolutely love that. That was, yeah, I you can tell they're all glazing Australis right now, and I would too, to be honest. That was such a good play. But that's good, right? Keeping the morale up, letting 5 Centi know, letting their players know when they're doing a good job. And now that just gives 4 ults. So with that workup, Australis is able to kind of assist with the team here.
Shocking. Here we go.
It's going to be a beautiful turn of events, especially with Cap pulling out the ultimate. And now getting aggressive, just clearing out the angles. So the A site completely handed over to 5 Centi.
Hoping to see some sort of a fast retake here. Kind of relying on the Jet, on Carrie's knives to kind of go crazy here. Or Sari's knife, sorry. But what can they do? They have pistols. Not a whole lot of util on their side. Flash comes out. Unable to find anything.
Yeah, awkward position, but okay, flash themselves. Yeah, that's just a flawless round coming through. So we are over towards match point, and we didn't use too many ultimates either.
Match point.
No, not at all. At least on the side of Blade now, because we saved that last round, we should have a lot better revive than we've been seeing. But they've just been really struggling with 5 Centis just kind of taking whatever site they want. They had a good gamble stack that one eco, but then last round they kind of gambled towards C again, and honestly, it just did not work out for them. Hopefully we're going to see maybe quicker rotations or a faster retake coming up from the side of them, but they just got to change something up.
Who's next?
Yeah, and Angel's just ready to take the fight. So they position themselves to where they were going to do it no matter what. And I do like this. Sorry, actually following up the information they were given. Beautiful from Blade of the Ruined King.
That was an awesome bait and switch coming in from Sari. Because when they see that the Sova, they're kind of used to Sova playing alone on that site. They got the pick. The Sova did go 1 for 1, but they just kind of ran up, and Sari was able to benefit off of that.
And it just leads them to winning out the round, giving themselves a bit more time to kind of play and bring themselves up to that potential 12-12. But I don't know. I'm excited. I do think they're really just putting themselves to the test here. The A site was a big issue previously, especially with 5 Centi constantly taking over. But I do think they kind of found way there.
For sure. I think going into this round specifically, if Centi does end up going A here, Blade needs to play more back. Sova needs to not die, especially with that Sova ult, so that we can retake with it.
Oh no, and they're raiding. They're actually just, I don't know if they're going to back off. No, they're going to fight this. Nope.
We hear them running up short. There we go.
Yeah, big scare tactic from Battison just to try to take everyone off the site. But this is good. I mean, great positioning, right? They're kind of playing, I mean, the refrag game, contact game here.
Here comes a Sova ult. Able to get a pick.
Man, so much util just being expended forward. Australis is looking really, really good with their own Hunter's Fury to kind of try to combat that. But, I mean, what else is there to use, right? Nothing else. Sia just really has to try to push the envelope here. But they do have their smoke. So if they want to shut off some of these angles, they can.
We do have the kills around flank that we just did not expect.
You should run.
And that's going to pose a big threat now, especially with the lockdown. So they're really just not playing around with this round. They're trying to close this off as fast as possible. And Angel is not giving up. Oh, and this is not good. Yeah, they're just going to get shut down. All right. Great way to end off. for that 13-7 on the map of Haven. This was a 5 Centis pick, so you know, when it goes in the way of map bans, this is the way they thought it would plan out. So for Blade of the Ruined King, we do have their own map played next. So I'm not going to say all is lost.
No, all is not a loss, of course.
Yeah.
Especially going into this map too. And Blade just honestly struggled with all the aggression coming in from 5 Centis.
Yeah.
They were kind of able to find success in certain rounds where they fought back. Most of the time is when I saw them winning. But unfortunately, they just couldn't find a way to kind of shut down Starbound and Cat.
Yeah, I mean, with a combination of 7 and 4 First Bloods, you kind of assume that they were putting in a lot of work with really scaring Blade of the Ruined King and honestly just getting those first engagements. So I do give them big kudos. I think that was such a brilliant game to watch. And I really did like the Yoru Neon combination that we got to see. It was cool to see even on the Yoru, I mean, some of that chamber coming out with the ops. So very, very much enjoyed watching that game. Don't go anywhere, though. We do have that second map, and I mean, it might be Blade of the Ruined King's time. I can't say that word. It might be their time to win that next map, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Yeah. Oh, are we doing 3 minutes? Because I gotta go potty. friends. Welcome back to Radiant Academy. I am super excited because we actually just finished our first map, and it was a banger, but we do have a second map coming up, of course. I know we did get to see 5 Centi win out Haven, but we're going to the map pick of the opposing sides. We're actually going to see Pearl, which to me, Emily, I'm kind of hyped for, because this is, in fact, a map selection coming through for, I believe, Blade of the Ruined King. I had to think about their name for a second.
No worries. Yeah, no, they had a pretty dominant showing against a pretty well-known team in the scene, Catnappers.
Yeah.
I believe it was 13-6 or 13-5. So I'm very excited to see a map that they kind of feel a little bit more confident and a little bit more comfortable on, especially going up against a team like 5 Centis that have had such a dominant running so far.
I agree, and I do feel like this is like the kind of KO home ground for me, and we did see Vanitas kind of like starting to find comfort on that role in Haven. So for Pearl, I do hold a lot of excitement, especially coming through. We are going to see an Astra, right? So there is going to be a lot of team play coming through here, and trying to really just coordinate, you know, the util, what's going to happen here. I don't know. I'm excited. We are also going to get to see Sari back on that jet. So unless things change, because apparently that's what we've been seeing. So we'll see.
Yeah, and no, especially going to this Pearl or in the second map, I'd love to see Blade kind of switch up how they were playing, right? Like I'd love to see them do a lot more of those early fights, because both defense and attacks, mostly attack, when they were able to get those early fights against 5 Centis, they found success in it majority of the time that they were able to do that. Unfortunately, I think 5 Centis kind of realized that and started to play a little bit more back, you know, use their ops, use all of that. Because when I'm looking at 5 Centis, like that whole first map, the one thing that stood out wasn't even their weird comp or their weird kind of like aggro play style that we're not really used to seeing in Valorant lately. Is their trades and their team play and just their fundamentals. Like, it doesn't matter what agent you're on, if you're able to trade out a kill every single time, like you're gonna win those team fights and kind of come out on top of the map. So I'd love to see Blade kind of, again, do what was working for them, which is what were those early fights, and kind of break apart 5 Centi's game plan.
Yeah, well, 5 Centi, they are starting on the attack, I believe. So this is the time, if not, to kind of break down the game plan. Like you said, it's super, I would say it is a lot more attacker-sided. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong on this map. So for them to be on this role and also be, you know, as aggressive as they are, if we're going to see the double duelist like we've seen before, that to me is exciting. So we're going to actually see what the agent select is going to look like for this map. And yeah, I don't know. If we see some changes, that'll be quite exciting to try to shut things down. But yeah, we're going to see Starbound actually on the Neon this time.
That's exactly what I was hoping for. I'd love to see Starbound, especially with the aim that they have, just kind of run it down and take those duels.
No, and that to me is, I really wanted to see this too. And actually the role swap, we're going to see exactly what the difference is of having, you know, Starbound on the Neon and how that's going to work out for this team. But yeah, I mean, same sort of composition, Kiara settling for the chamber role. So yeah, for the defense, I am assuming it's going to be not really as aggressive. It's kind of just going to be very settled with being patient on site and just kind of playing with the util here.
Yeah, and even though you kind of touched that, like this map is kind of more attacker-sided, I think Blade starting on defense is honestly fine because of how strong their defense looked when going against Catnappers. Like I think if they have a good start here on this defense side and ultimately win the half, that going into attack, I don't think they'll have that hard of a time kind of closing the game out. But that's if they get the lead on kind of their favored half.
No, and actually that's such a good point, because you're right. Their defense was very solid, and with this being a map that they're very familiar with, Vanitas was killing it on the KO last time they had played against Catnappers too. So they were constantly shutting things down. So I think this is going to be like the perfect start to Pearl. So that to me is very exciting. And I'm sorry, Australis was like, you know, messing around with the waylay here. I don't know if that's being locked in or not.
They did run 3 duelists in their first playoffs best of 3. I don't think it was on Pearl. I could be wrong, but I would not be surprised.
I'm actually not sure if that was locked in, was it? Yeah, no, it wasn't. Wait, was it? No, it wasn't.
No,
okay.
no.
I was like kind of flabbergasted for a second there. Not that it would have been bad, to be honest. I'm a big fan of the waylay.
No, I am too, but we will see it hopefully another day, at another time in another match.
All right, here we go. I mean, starting off on the attack, we are seeing obviously like the duo ship of Battison and Starbound kind of playing together here to try to gain some of that entry ground.
Yeah, it's leaning towards sort of a beast split, which Blade are kind of playing the weak side right now. KO Knife able to detain 3 though.
Nice try.
Ooh.
Can't use it.
Yeah, but just taking away 1. Either way, they got their 1, so they're kind of just allowing themselves some leeway here. Slowly
Yeah,
work
Chamber's gonna be
themselves.
stuck on site here and gets picked
Yeah.
off.
That's super unfortunate, but I like that. The sandwich actually helped in its own way of taking over site.
Yeah, it did. And now on this retake, we don't have a whole lot of util to get back into this site. Starbound just rushing in. Aggressing did not work out for them though. CA able to pick Starbound off.
Actually, tons of damage though, and it worked out in its own, I mean, specific way. Information given, damage was there. 5 centi shut it down. So, I'm actually just surprised they were like, you know what, I'm just gonna go in on that.
Yeah, me too. Like going into their own Astro Select as well.
I should play some Astro Stars.
Oh my gosh. Already starting off with a 3-0 though. So Coco Melon having the time of their lives with this one.
Yeah, I like the immediate fast pace too coming in from them, just kind of running down on that B split.
They've left Spike. Okay, yeah, they're gonna pick that one up. So back to B. Actually, I'm wondering if they thought maybe they had conditioned them to think that they were gonna split again, but no, actually just waiting and keeping patient here towards mid.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a slow round. I think they're expecting some sort of aggression coming in from Blade. Did not come out though. Sorry, able to pick off Rage Monster. And that is kind of huge. That's all their info gone for when they group up and go for this exec over towards A.
He might be the play though. There's only, I mean, really, kind of 1 player sitting there, Angel, having to fight on their own. They could give away some. I mean, they're just really counting on this for the information alone, waiting for the rotation to make way.
Yeah, I mean, Classics and maybe a Sheriff in hand. They're all just going to be kind of looking for a pick that will not end up coming their way.
Go, go, go.
Yeah, gun advantage really showing here. Yeah, a big win off 5 centi. Honestly, even though they had lost 1 off the start, I do think they played that very, very well, slowly working their way up towards A.
Yeah, no, for sure. I like that they kind of slowed it down rather than taking a gamble of just committing to an exec somewhere and risk running into a stack. I think that one Haven round where that happened kind of is haunting them a bit. So I'm glad they changed it up for that eco, or that anti-eco.
Yeah. And now just having to play with this bonus round. I just hope to kind of give them some sort of repositioning here. And PR actually steps back. So the B site there.
I do like that they're just going for a full exec here on their bonus. And even though they do have weaker weapons, the fact that Blade has 2 players on light shield and that we have an outlaw, the need is able to get 2 though.
Yeah, that really turns things around. I mean, for Blade of the Rune King, especially now with the flank coming in, they don't have their... Oh, they actually do have their chamber. So regardless, Sari's location is given away. Oh, I was nervous. If that didn't hit, it actually would have potentially been theirs. But yeah, just leaving up to 1 and at that 3-0, making way for 5 centi. So that's going to be really, really good advantage.
Yeah, that was a great bonus coming in from Sentis. Just doing a complete BXX and getting all up in their faces and just fighting basically everything that they can. Cat with that Vandal especially, being able to kill that flanker, ultimately won them the round there, leaving them not only at a numbers advantage, but we also know where the last 2 players are and where they're kind of retaking from.
Yeah, 1 and 2. They have like a very big liking to mid and actually splitting things up quite a bit, but I don't even know. At this point, they're really just pushing it down. And I like the approach Starbound took, but getting shut down like that is brutal.
It is, but I don't mind the way that they were playing, especially with a judge in hand. You kind of do just want to run and slide into any place that you can.
Cutting through.
do have a nice cross here in Art, but we're also getting flanked from Art, and I don't know if they expect that.
Now the two-player advantage. Cat is not losing out on the fight, though. Yep, TPs themselves away. So that's actually perfect. And they can still play on site here. Down to this 2v1. 6 health, though, from Kiara. And the headshots are absolutely demolishing. So Blade of the Rune King, they did not let that last loss really put themselves in a bad gamble here. So that is going to be that 1-3 coming through.
What a huge round coming in from Kiara, flanking through that Art and getting those 2 first kills and then getting those last 2 while being 1 HP. Huge. That's exactly what they needed, especially after losing their bonus.
Yep, Kiara. Just going to save. Blade of the Rune King.
Yeah, I mean, Kiara's going to pop their ultimate, right? They're going to have an off towards B alongside the KO. And Sentis are kind of just going straight into it.
Just holding this one out. They knew the smoke. I mean, the smoke has constantly been placed pretty early on, so I don't think Kiara was willing to fight a close angle, but it does seem like, okay, yeah, they're ready.
Dodge will not be able to reach that off there. They're going to have to rely on flashes and the Euro to get the info that the off is there.
Oof. Okay, Cat is just vibing right now. I'm wondering how they're going to approach this one, but it does seem like on side, waiting for the peek to come through.
It looks like they're actually rotating towards A, though.
Oh, yeah.
They saw the 3 on site with the op. This is the right call to try and rotate, and we completely left A on the side of Blade.
I'm still lurking over towards Art as well, so they get isolate a fight over here where Starbound is located, and actually just playing in quite an unexpected angle. Pop flash comes through, and now they slowly make their way. So Vanitas not missing out on a single shot. And just, I mean, yeah, keeping the flawless, so that's beautiful.
See, but that's what we want to see from Blade, is not letting them get bombed down and then settle into their post plant, that they're so strong at holding on the side of 5 Sentis. Like, Blade needs to use their flashes and their aggression to kind of disrupt them from setting up and making the round a lot harder to come back into.
For those of you curious as well, I did want to say British Shark won their first map. So, I mean,
really?
Potentially a cue to who we might see play, but I do believe they are actually playing their second map now. So we'll see. We'll see.
Slowing down a bit on this eco here. Kind of looks like they're just going to try and find whatever fights they can mid here. Not even taking bomb.
Oh, and this flank coming through, if they see Spike is there, they're just going to have to refight for some of that space.
That is a good first pick from them coming in from the chamber, but I really don't think they're going to be aware of this chamber flank. And they have to go back and get bomb. It looks like we're going to see a 1v1 between these chambers if we just speed it up a little bit.
Yeah, Australis won that one so quick.
Wow.
Actually, that kind of gives way too to like what B's looking like. Yep, now taking out Vanitas, they know B site is completely cleared.
Where are you?
Oh.
There's hope that first pick brought back hope into this round, but still a 2v4, not having any map space on the side of Blade. It's almost impossible to try and come back to this round. You're kind of looking for any picks that you can get.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're just gonna save here. No, I mean Angel has so much.
This far. There is a way. Until there's not.
Yeah, it's so much util for Sia.
I do want to give props to Sentis though. Like, even though they left bomb and spawn, that ultimately got them a kill and cleared out the flank, which could have been detrimental to their game plan there. They were able to get that first pick in mid and kind of just work out the rest of the map from there. Like, I love that they stayed grouped together there. That way they're just kind of taking group fights against one player. And on the side of Blade, I would have loved to see them play a little bit more together, or like have a little bit more of a plan rather than like leaving our Jet pushed up alone there.
My people, are you ready? You must cultivate a sense of calm.
Yeah, Kiara pulling out the op on this defensive half. And actually rotating over towards mid. I mean, we've seen that mid has been like a pretty big issue there for Blade of the Rune King. 5 Sentis constantly taking so much space there. So I do like the fact that we might see... Oh no, actually just placing their own turret there. But we do still see 2 players like kind of rallied up in mid here.
Yeah. I honestly don't mind just kind of perma leaving the chamber B because it's such a long... Wow, feels mid fast for Sentis. But I was saying it's just like such a long space for them to clear with only having a fade.
Ooh. Shut down at that. If Angel can get another... Yeah, okay, well, that works out. I was going to say, if Angel could get another one, then at that point, they pretty much, I mean, potentially just set themselves up for success. Now the ultimate has been popped. And they did manage to catch one out, so... Oh, goodness, this is hard. I mean, player advantage over towards 5 Centi. Still trying to fight this one out. Angel does have so much util, but is going to have to just single out some of these players to give, I mean, some sort of advantage. Especially now with the follow-up coming through, I mean, down inside of Flowers here.
1v1, but Astra still does have starts and is actually playing close against this op with a shorty in the smoke.
Oh no, and if they peek out, might be dangerous. Kiara left on spike, but they have to win this one out. No, and it might have just, I thought they were going to lose it for a second, but CoComelon, they keep this round to themselves, so that 5-2 is at least going to be able to come through for 5 Centi.
I just want to highlight Angel's performance in these past, like in this map and the last one. Last map going 21 and 14, still losing, but performing so well and bringing that into this map. Like the multi-kills that Angel is getting away with, especially in art and mid area, is just insane. And it's honestly what's kind of keeping these rounds close and bringing them back into certain rounds where it doesn't seem possible.
Same thing over and over again. They do know Neon is settled in mid, and the flank is coming back out here. So for Blade of the Ruined King, they have a game plan. Starbound was not anywhere close to where they should have, but I like the follow-up there. I mean, listen, 5 Centi's been really good at trying to get some refrag here. And Sari's even better, it seems like. So already given a free 3.
Blade are really relying on these 1v1s kind of working out for them. They're playing so like spaced out and just kind of waiting to see what 5 Centis does on their attack. And yeah, they're kind of just all taking 1v1s. We saw it there in Alley. We saw it here in Connector from the Jet.
Slow workaround. Okay, Kiara was ready for it. Hearing, just listening into the steps for Q. And taking the ult back in hand. So, Blade of the Ruined King, for this half at least, it's looking really good. We do have 2 ults, I mean, readily available. I think Sia's ult definitely looking nice to kind of keep the round going.
I would really like to see Blade do something together, like mid-fight together, push a main together, whereas we haven't really been seeing that. We've either been seeing the Jet kind of push up Art alone or the KO trying to battle off Alley alone. And it's not working out too well for them. We're kind of banking on our players to get insane multi-kills.
And still keeping to the same thing, honestly. And that does look like they're just waiting for like that initiation. Trying to see if a mistake will be made. Kiara unfortunately does not get one. So a big push is coming through. And now they're going to play close range with the op. Especially now with Starbound slowly working their way up. And they are so lucky. Cat was there to kind of take this one in. Vanitas really shutting things down. But 5 Centis, right? It's just the firepower of how many players are pushing on site.
Yeah, I don't even mind the solo kind of hero play coming in from Vanitas. But then you're kind of leaving the rest of your players to go out with no flashes, maybe a Fade Eye.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, Cat was able to get 3 though.
Cat was able to get 3.
Player standing.
Oh, and left to this 1v1, not even watching it. Angel still somehow runs away with the pick, and that's unfortunate, but I mean, it works out for the best. It gives Blade of the Ruined King a little bit more. And now actually slowly ticking towards having their ultimate readily available as well.
Yeah, Angel winning that 1v2 is kind of insane. A little bit of a whiff coming in from CoComelon. But that's honestly, Blade needed that. Blade needed that to kind of keep going in this half and try and keep their momentum up after that, the previous round.
you do?
See, again, it's like these rounds seem almost like unwinnable for Blade. Like, Sentis is getting the first pick almost every single round, but it's just one of these players on the side of Blade making a hero play, getting a multi-kill, and just just saving the round completely. And that round, it was Vanitas.
Oh goodness, sorry. It's like I'm not about to be picked off right now. But I mean, already just pushed towards backside. Cat has opened things up so nicely, but this is great. Blade of the Ruined King knew they had to do something in this point in time. So I do like the wide swing coming through towards main, but it does leave 2v3 here. So if Vanitas can pick one off, it'll be absolutely amazing.
Yeah, Sentis did a really good job at kind of splitting up the anchors on site there. They all had different ideas. It looked like one falling off, one staying close, one pushing a main.
Yeah.
Just did not work out for them.
Vanitas has 2 flashes to kind of pop towards, and they want to keep the site, but I like this. I like the fact that they're not afraid.
They're going to have to speed it up, though, because Yora's flanking through Garden right now.
Yeah, and already, I mean, Vanitas is insane with it, but if they take Vanitas out, it's game over. They don't know Coco Melon is there, and they've pretty much won this one out.
Yeah, that flank coming in from Yora was really big there. Even though they didn't actually fully clear that box, and Coco Melon would have still survived and had a full suck to play off of, and basically a full kid, actually.
Yeah.
Anyone feeling generous?
I'm wondering if they're saving. Oh, sorry. I'm wondering if they're saving their ult to try to just like re-hit. I mean, for Rage Monster, in case a situation like this happens where there's like 4 ults on the board, but
yeah. Oh, here we're kind of seeing some sort of group A aggression.
You are divided.
I'm not sure where or what's going on, but sorry. It just kind of waits, and it unfortunately is not able to get more than one, but that doesn't matter, right? We do have, Fade's Nightfall pushed over towards the A site. The tethers are there, and they know exactly what is going on, but Blade of the Ruined King with their flank alone might actually be dangerous.
Yeah, still committing to this A. We did just use our phase ult. We know that, or fade ult. We know that there's 2 here though.
Spike down A.
Trades coming in. Sia getting a 3K though to close the round out.
Last round.
I really like that they tried to do a group aggression there, even though they kind of split up towards the end there. Sari still being able to get that one, but unfortunately kind of over-aggressing and getting traded out. But still, that first kill was huge for them. That put a stop in Senti's exec.
No, I agree. I like it was just difficult too, because obviously we did see that flank pick where I'm sure they were just solely looking to kind of potentially clear up the B side. But that just made things harder, especially losing out on someone. That was pivotal for secondhand gameplay, but it already 3 players moving up here for Blade of the Ruined King to try to get something. They're done playing the patient game, and a perfect way to kind of end off this round, right? Just trying to get the lead down in that second half and already taken out 2. So 5 Senti, not really looking too tasteful right now.
Yeah, then Neon just running up alley, trying to find something open the ground. Actually crunching this chamber. Chamber completely unaware of their long push as well. A little bit of a weird round coming in from Blade, but we do have a big flank here. But I think we kind of expect it though. Look at where our Neon is, fully pushed up spawn. We have a chamber in heaven and a Fade just about to clear alley. We know that they're flanking.
Oh wow, okay. And already see it taken down. So there are no smokes, or actually any util that really could shut down some of these angles here for Blade of the Ruined King. So they're just gonna have to go with information alone, and already taken out is one, and the second one there for Starbound. So we're just looking for that refrag. 5 Sentis again, just starting off the second half with that lead.
The fact that they're able to come back from a 3v5, especially on like a kind of an eek, or I guess it was a forced buy because it was last round, but having a weaker buy, that was just really impressive. I'm hoping to kind of I'm hoping to kind of see the same sort of aggression though on this defense half, especially having the Yoru and the Neon, and it looks like we're gonna get that towards B long. We'll see if Blade is able to handle it, because either they push up here and see nothing and end up pushing through and flanking, but they will expect that because of because 510 does have that, or sorry, Blade has that chamber trip.
Okay, well, looking at the A site, they didn't necessarily catch anyone out. So this is good for 5 Centi. I mean, they can keep their angles. They do have, I mean, a ton of util kind of waiting to take these players in, but Rage Monster pushes out.
Bring them down.
I mean, if anything, just trying to
All of
take
5
themselves
Centi's
back
already
in,
here
yeah.
for the retake.
Yeah, this is very dangerous. I mean, 2 players, Starbound gets shut down immediately. Blade of the Rune King are really just trying to keep themselves intact here. But yeah, that's super unfortunate. PR is left alone, and a 1-tap there. Sending things off there for Rage Monster.
Kiara going so slow on that flank because they thought that they'd be able to catch some sort of rotate off, but 5 Centis were just too quick with it, and all going spawn. Like, that's just unlucky. But I mean, that's also what we saw last map, the fast rotations, the fast retakes, not letting Blade get comfortable, even when they're able to get sight.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it's always just been making Blade really uncomfortable, which for 5 Centis is really easy to do with their double duelist comp they're running. And especially now, Cat has to hold this angle aggressively. To try to take out one doesn't seem like it's going to work, but I do like the setup they have here, right? Cat kind of following up with trying to just spray down the smoke to take anyone and everyone out. And information given away to what's going on the site. So 5 Centi, they're just not going to let this one go.
Yeah, 2 were spotted on site, but at the same time, Blade is on a very weak buy on the seek around, like not even bothering to try and full rotate, just kind of looking for a pick somewhere.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, Cat did TP over towards B with the expectation that a rotation would come through, but it's still settled over towards A. Oof. Wow.
Spike down mid.
Starbound not even waiting for the fight to come into them, but just taking the fight mid and pushing into Blade setup.
Oh, and this is
But that's
good.
what I mean, like they're just so good at disrupting. Mm-hmm. We expect the walkout though.
Melon swung!
One enemy
Okay,
remaining.
and they
Still
just-
gets away with 3, even not realizing that one has already walked out on their right, but the reflexes were just too fast for Coco Melon.
I will say though, for a save round, I Blade of the Rune King, they did their best. I like the idea behind just kind of cutting noise and seeing if a rotation was baited out. There was a slight one because Cat did make that TP over towards B, but all in all, 5 Centi. You know, a bonus round here. There is something that Blade of the Rune King could do. It is unfortunate though because there isn't much of a buy that they can commit to.
There isn't much of a buy, but I am happy to see majority of them having full shields, especially going against an Outlaw. And they haven't really had a hard time taking sight on their buy rounds, but they need to take more space past that. Otherwise, we will just see a repeat of 5 Centis fast retaking on them, disrupting them, and stopping their, not even allowing them to get in post plant. And here we already have 3 ready to fight up.
Ooh, sorry. Trying to make the smoke work, man. That's so unfortunate. Starbound with the stinger does happen to win out the fight in 5 Centis. This is looking like a third round one. Going through with a headshot. So yeah, 5 Centis, they are very comfortable with their 10-5 here.
Blade, no, like they kind of knew where they were with the Fade Eye, but unable to get any of those picks.
That's a good spot.
But Centis are really playing this so well, like keeping space, giving support util to the anchors, whether it's a Yoru Flash, a Fade Eye, or Fade Dog, whatever it is really. And just not giving up space and just bringing the fight to them.
I'll find you.
Yeah. They need us.
Bam. My
Oof.
ult is ready.
Just trying to wait around. I mean, for mid, but the spike is down. There's not really like a single place that I do feel like we're kind of aiming for here.
Yeah, it looks like on this Ego they're trying to kind of slow it down and see if they could find something towards A main, but unfortunately our mid lurks, or our mid players I guess I should say, got picked off quite early.
And already stuns moving forward, playing with every single piece of util, but that's a weapon that Tia can take. Oh no,
Nice shots
Cocomelon
coming
shut
from
it
Zia.
One enemy remaining.
Man, and the hero rifle was very much wanted. Unfortunately, not going to be given away. An Angel is crazy. I don't know what's going on with the Sheriff today, but it is absolutely insane the shots that we're seeing be hit. Yep, Australis, they're not going to let it happen again. So 11-5.
Gun here.
Yeah, Blade is just kind of struggling to find anything to really work for them on this half. Whether they play slow, it's like they get picked off on their lurks. If they play fast, they can't even get sight. Even when they do, they can't hold the post plant. They really need to change something up here. They need to change, like maybe go for a split. Maybe just not something out of a straight choke. Some plan where they can actually get a pick before going for sight, before planning and kind of settling. Just something to give them the advantage. Looks like we are going for a fast A exec again, though. We do have Fade Ult too to get us all the info we need.
Yeah, it's been a quite repetitive A-site take, which I'm sure they just don't want to battle against the chamber. On B, I do feel like stakes are a lot higher, but it's interesting. All right, a slight rotation, potentially.
Bring them down.
Cutting noise here, hopefully going for a re-exec with that Fade Ult. But there's already 3 here on the side of Senti. And the ult hits nothing, or it hits the Yoru.
They're actually trying to push for smoke here. Sorry. Not applying much onto the site, but we still do have, I mean, a plant that's waiting to be pushed. Unfortunately, a 2v4 here sitting down on the site. Angel whips the shot.
Spike down A.
And now there's only one. So Kiara, I mean, to try to fight this off is very dangerous, but it seems like it's working out for the best. Now actually settling for a 2v1, which with full health and shield is a really good scenario to be in. Especially now with Cat whiffing the shot. Australia's making way. I mean, not the time to be alive right now, but 5 Sentis, 12. They've put themselves to match point.
Let us see what they have planned for
Yeah,
us.
I mean,
this
even
time.
there in that, what, 3v4, it just looks so awkward for Blade because they didn't have any space. They didn't have the art lurk yet. They didn't have back sight. They're kind of just one stuck default and one stuck church, unable to kind of do anything but take fights, and fights that they just didn't end up winning.
A gift.
No, but this might be the last round. So, I mean, just putting everything they have to it. Sari's very, very close to kind of pushing their Blade Storm. Vanitas, I mean, if we could farm orbs, it would be very, very much wanted, but already shut down on
And
the
there's
ring.
our
It's gonna
lurker
be
to stop.
Kiara. Yeah.
And just a brawl going down at A.
One enemy remaining.
Oof.
Spike down A.
You leave it up to one. I believe, though. I mean, we've seen picks be taken out. The moment I say that, I just have to curse it, unfortunately. So 13-5 is the way that we're going to end things here in this semifinals match. We still do have, you know, we're still kind of waiting for the results for the second series within semifinals. But this is it. We're going to see 5 Sentis actually move forward. But that's crazy. 7 first bloods here coming through for Pattison.
No, like, just all of Senti's played so well. Even looking at Astralis at the bottom, still going positive, 9 and 7, like doing what they had to in order for their team. And what they had to do wasn't really a lot, considering how well Cat and Rage Monster and Cocomelon were doing in those group fights, especially towards A, because Blade did kind of lean towards and favor A main every single round, or not every single round, but majority of their rounds, even when they weren't finding success. So I was hoping to kind of see like a change, but it kind of looked like the same thing over and over. Like take their lead main space, wait, and then try and go for an exec. And they just couldn't change something or find a way to kind of make that successful for them.
Yeah, interesting too, because I mean, we saw a lot of mid presence being brought about for 5 Sentis, but I don't think I really saw too much of that for Blade of the Ruined King. And it was the same thing we saw in Haven, right? They like to push the site, and if they have a site in mind, there really isn't a rotation that's going to come about. And I think 5 Sentis knew that. They knew the repetition that came from Blade of the Ruined King. They kind of played off that. And I mean, I do think there were a lot of circumstances where I wish we did get to see a little more mid presence, right? Because there wasn't a lot of space being taken off the choke alone. Either that or just pushing for a rotation would have been nice to see on occasion. But I will say they played such a good game, you know, whether it be on Haven, and especially here, I did really like to see just the teamwork that we got to see on that first half, working towards their attacking side. I think their attacking side looked significantly better, and they did honestly such a good job at just trying to push the envelope. But I give them kudos. 13-5 for 5 Sentis, so we are going to get to see them go to that grand finals match.
Yeah, no, I just want to add to your point. Like, you're right. We did see some consistency coming in from that Haven, going in towards Pearl. Like, you're right. They did kind of favor one side, or like going in for those straight execs, but never really falling off of that. And I think you're right when you say that. Five Centis kind of knew what they were doing just based off of that first map, and seeing the consistencies and seeing their tendencies, especially on their attack half. And while they did have a strong first half, what was it, 7-5, I believe? That, like, it looked promising for them. That's a pretty good half to go in, especially on their defense, or especially starting defense. But again, I think their attack was just almost too one-dimensional, and Sentis was just able to kind of win any fight that they threw at them.
Yes, but I mean, hey, there could be a change, right? Five Centis looking dominant, but grand finals are always the hardest matches for a reason. So we will see you guys. Please do not go anywhere. I mean, we're gonna take a while of a break. So I mean, feel free to come back, go get a snack. You know, take a little. I'll say 5-minute nap, because you know you don't want to miss too much. But I mean, we'll be right back with our grand finals match. Don't go anywhere. guys so much for being patient, but we are in fact back with our grand finals match. It was British Shark that took the victory here, so this is going to be quite exciting. They are very hydrated and they're ready. Please tell me you get the reference, but I'm hype. We're looking at a pretty, actually, sorry, it seems like I think I completely messed this up. Are we doing the Boomers versus Brita? Is that what we're doing?
We are doing Boomers vs. Brita. First map, British Shark won 13-8 on Crow. Second map, the most recent one, they just lost. A pretty big loss too. I think it was a 2-10 half that ended in a 3-13 game.
Yeah, wow. Okay, well that's exciting. Okay, so we do have a third map still in playoffs. So this is the deciding map here, going into this map 3. But we are going into Abyss, which in itself, obviously with the map selection that we've had, British Sharks are able to kind of continue their stride with a victory. So that's going to be something to look forward to. I don't know. I'm excited. I think Abyss is a map we haven't seen yet either, and one of the newer additions.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we don't really know what happened during the first 2 maps and what caused such a stomp in the second. But for this third map, I'm hoping it's kind of close, like more leading towards how Corrode kind of played out, where there was still some sort of a life for the side of British Sharks. So, I mean, even though that is a pretty hard loss to bounce back from, they're going to have to, it feels more like a mental battle than anything, is what I can really kind of focus on here, is that British Sharks is going to have to bring back their stamina and overall just their mentals to try and come back from a loss like that.
Yeah, I mean, 13-3 is super, super hard to kind of look at. But I mean, worst that happened there is they learn from it, and now they're able to kind of just utilize all of that lesson and put it into this map, right? 13-8 starting off on that first map gives them hope. It's not that this team is better, it was just a bad map. So they're able to kind of come into this one with a completely fresh mindset into Abyss. And Abyss is different. I'm kind of looking forward to what comps we're gonna see, you know, what kind of variety we're gonna see here as well. But actually, it does seem like we do have Agent Select ready, so we're able to get right into the map for Abyss and what exactly we are going to be running. So here it goes. I mean, Boo Rumors, I believe is how you say it, versus British Sharks for the Agent Selection. So I am expecting we do get to see, okay, a Sage is quite interesting. Actually, Bob's still locking in the Chamber. So I am liking this. I think the composition kind of fits the ordeal here, so.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at their past 2 maps, we haven't seen anything like crazy out of the norm for their comps like we kind of saw in our last best of 3 here. But I still think we're playing a lot more of puggier comps, especially on the side of Boomers, like a Sage and a Chamber. Like, what is that? And even though in Sunset, the Queen Bobsled Chamber didn't really pop off as much as they kind of were hoping for, I think this is a new map. This is a new Chamber. This is a new team, and I think that hopefully they will all be able to bounce back, because just looking at the stat line, it honestly looked like a whole team diff. Like the only one that was really able to put up numbers on the side of the attackers was Colby.
Yeah.
So hopefully we just kind of shake all that off, forget whatever happened last map, and new map, new us.
Yeah, I mean, big wins. Here, British Shark just having to pull through with everything they can. I mean, Colby, like you said, kind of being the one who could execute on those picks and take those engagements. So picking off on the Reyna, I think they're really just heavily relying on the fact that, you know what, Colby's doing really good. Let's kind of just keep that stride going. Let's get an agent where, you know, you're solely relying on your util to get those frags. So I am quite excited to see what the Reyna is going to apply here, especially in cohesion with that double duelist comp with the Jet.
Yeah, and it looks like we're having a little bit of a tech pause here. And what a better way to start a map 3 than a tech pause, or with a tech pause. But that's okay, because it just gives us more time to yap about how this map 3 could play out, right? I'm really happy to see Colby on a duelist again, especially the Reyna. Like if they keep up the way they've been playing in the first 2 maps, just basing it off of their scoreline, like they'll be able to find a lot of success here. Especially being able to heal, being able to dismiss, take fights that you normally wouldn't be able to take.
Yeah, as well as honestly, I think what intrigues me is the Sage here. And I mean, Sage is such a pivotal player to actually shut down or even just like isolate some of these fights, but I'm quite just intrigued, like with Boo Woomers, how exactly, you know, they're going to try to start this off. You know, is it going to be aggressive? I don't think so. It does seem like, obviously, with the comp they're running, it's more of a just trying to hold things back, play with the util sort of ordeal and situation. But I do like the chamber for Boo Woomers. I am kind of hoping we see something exciting with some op play here.
Yeah, and I also think Boomers is more like I want to say like a well put together team, because if looking at their roster, like they're basically playing with the same roster that they played in GC main event, and even though they didn't make it as far as they would have liked, they also were playing with a sub. Then they didn't have Animo, which is like kind of a core piece of their roster. So you're kind of putting a bunch of really good players on the side of British Sharks into a more puggy kind of style and kind of gameplay, whereas on the side of Boomers, you kind of have some strats already, just based off the core that you've had and the team that you've kind of been playing with all year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, seeming like there is, for those of you wondering, it's just a slight tech pause that we're trying to get through here, and then we will be able to get into the game. I know that you guys are excited, but I think, I don't know. Oh, it does seem like everything is resolved. So we are back. We are going to be able to see this start pretty shortly. But for me, I guess if we're looking at what exactly we can do to start off the round, I don't know, Emily. What's the game plan? What should we expect here?
Honestly, I just see British Shark kind of running it down and committing to dice. I don't think they're going to play slow here at all.
Yeah.
And it looks like we're already kind of leading towards the B side, which I don't mind. I just want to point out, like, for first map, it was 13-8 on the side of Brita. And when I look at that, it's like all of them are kind of aiming. Even though Boomers is, like I said, kind of more well put together, more structured, I would say. But the fact that Brita was aiming and out-aiming, I think is what brought them to that win. Because if you look at map 2, it was an ultimate stomp coming in from Boomers, and when I look at the scoreline, it's because Brita wasn't able to get those kills. Mm-hmm. Like, I think everyone was a negative that half except for Colby, and I think if Brita are able to kind of come back with their mechanics, it won't really matter what Boomers' game plan is. So we're kind of just hoping for a full refresh here, and I think that's kind of what will be the winning condition of this game for Brita, is if they're able to kind of bring back their mechanics and just kind of steamroll together.
Okay, I like that. Yeah, I mean, and for going super aggressive, you might honestly be right. It does seem like they are kind of leaving Bobsta towards mid, though, to kind of settle the score, maybe potentially grab a rotation pick. I think if anyone, Bobsta is definitely like the best pick to stay towards mid. But this is exciting, right? We're finally able to get into the game. See who could manage to go over towards that grand finals match, especially with Boo Woomers doing a crazy 13-3 on Brita.
Yeah, Drone able to spot off that Jet, but the Jet being able to get out of that alive is insane. Mabel playing closer in her smoke could be detrimental to Kobe.
Ooh, and already one bullet
A little bit of peekaboo action.
Yeah, the Classic's not going to save them this time around. But British Shark, they are, I mean, they're trying to hold on as much as they can. The last hope, of course, being Colby with full health. And Queen Bobsta just going to have to see what they can do. If they can, I mean, manage some damage, manage a pick to try to isolate these numbers, but still, Spike settled down on B. They're gonna have to pick this up and try to get it planted. 55 seconds left on the clock as well.
3v1 on site for Kobe, but Kobe being able to find that first pick is safe.
Last player standing. Spike down.
Almost able to get 2 there.
And Spike dropped as well. That's dangerous.
I don't want to rule. Yeah, I don't want to rule Bobsta out because Bob has insane aim, as we know, but being 1 HP.
30 seconds left.
I honestly don't know what's going to happen. I would assume, I would just assume, you know, off of health, Animal's going to take this with Bobsta. Yep, getting wrapped around. That super unfortunate timing is theirs. But that 1-0 going over to Boo Woomers.
Yeah, Boomers played that so well. They're just playing so disciplined after getting those first kills and dying on site, grouping up Heaven and then retaking together. Even though it kind of got a little scary when Kobe got that first pick, they were able to trade it out and just ultimately close out the round there, even though it was less than a 1v1. It kind of seems like the aggression isn't going to slow down for British Shark, though. They are on that eco round, but we are seeing a Deagle coming out on Kobe and 2 scouts coming out on, or 2 marshals, sorry, coming out for them. kind of just playing it slow, seeing if they're going to find any sort of success in maybe an aggression coming on the side of Boomers, but I doubt Boomers gives it to them.
Yeah, for A
Take flight.
side, it does seem like there is not a lot of noise being made here. Just waiting for them to peek out, of course, information given away, so they are going to commit to a slight rotation towards mid. Yeah, and that's just really going to make the call solidified.
That little call off of the drone, thinking that they are a main, just made that Jet kind of want to look for more info in space mid, but ultimately getting picked off, unfortunately.
Be faster.
And British is so aware, even of the flank, but I don't think they expect a second.
"30 seconds left."
You know, with 30 seconds left too, and they haven't even cleared anything other than mid. And they're just gonna have to take all of this space off. Unfortunately, actually, not even unfortunately, they did manage to get a pick off that. So this is good. I mean, they did kind of force into this round. So either way, if they lost this, they would have been in really, really bad economic despair. But it does seem like 2v4 on the site. And now time has been reset. Right click to finish things off for Oppie. Just one more can be taken away from this. So either way, they could potentially run away with Animal here.
Yeah, I just highlighted that. I really like Boomer's discipline, but in this round, they didn't really seem to have it. They got a little antsy not knowing where they were around the map, and they felt pressured to kind of find that info, which honestly cost them the round.
Yeah, looking to get excited though, especially with this 1-to-1. And now they're able to buy, so you can see Oppie kind of pushing an initiative here with a hero rifle as well as Colby. So to have those two duelists that are top fragging right now that are doing a really good job at you know, keeping the aim intact. This is looking pretty good. Big push up towards B though for Maple, and I mean some damage, so that gives something. But unfortunately, yeah, Colby's just gonna be way too strong. I don't even know if they did see it. That was dangerous. So Maple taken out as well.
Yeah, Britta made that round look easy, just kind of overwhelming the two anchors on site, and just kind of running them down. And we are clear the flanker too.
All left up to Animal.
Look at them, they're all just running to try and get that kill.
Yeah, finishing it
Honestly,
off.
I would too. I love ecos.
That's gotta feel good though, you know, going from a first round loss to now being able to bring back your 2 rounds. So all is fair. And a ton of money just sitting in the bank. So for Boomers, it's not looking too great. 2 Guardians kind of settled down, some light shields. So I mean, all in all, I do think the positioning from British Shark is really good. I like how Colby is constantly the first one in. I mean, playing as the Reyna and having everybody else set you up for success really seems to be working out.
Yeah, and also being able to have the Jet dash in and have the focus be put on them just kind of leaves it free for you to just walk into sight, or I guess more like it, run into sight and just take your fights. I do really like that Brit is able to keep up this aggression and this kind of confidence coming in, especially after getting stomped last map.
Great. Moving up towards backside. And they've taken up all of the space on B. And Boomers just gonna have to wait for, I mean, a big rotation to make way so they can push this. They do have a blind. Never mind. That is completely gone. So to push sight without a smoke is gonna be dangerous. As well as now they are completely scattered. So it leaves Oppie having some potential. The moment I say their name, they're taken down in a matter of seconds. So I feel like I should refer to them as nothing. But yeah, already 2 players just sitting down towards backside. British Shark, they have a big hold on the spike.
One enemy
Now still settled, but it does seem like Colby is absolutely, undeniably insane. But with 5 health and 20, who's going to be the one to win this out? They know that there's a potential fake to be made. Amanda's going to have to stick this one out, so they have it. And that's a big win off British Shark.
Yeah, Boomers really needed that. They made that 4v2 almost look possible, though. Their econ is not looking good, though. They need to switch something up on B, though, because they are just getting ran through. We are on an eco here. Looks like we're going to be taking some sort of a fight B main, which I honestly don't mind. If it goes their way, this could be the difference maker.
Get out of my way.
Okay, big push. Yeah, and
Seems like we're
moving back.
falling off,
Yeah, yeah, kind of like that. I did like how there wasn't too much of an initiation there last time. I mean, they learned their lesson. British are consistently shutting them down off the rip, but Oppie is insane on the Jet.
Jet Knight's coming out, though.
Yeah.
On Logic. This could be... And both of them playing in smokes.
Oh,
Unfortunately gets spammed out, though. But the Omen is still alive on site. But not really anywhere to go when the smoke fades. And just gets immediately picked off.
Ooh. All right. Oh my, I was waiting to see what the result would be, but it does seem like a slight whiff going there for Amanda and Oppie, closing things out. But there was like a good amount of space being taken up from Britta off the beginning. It's just really hard to take that back with Oppie with that first pick was really just the opening for that.
Yeah. That made it seem almost possible. Amanda did end up committing the Sova out there, which I don't love. If it was a little bit sooner, I know they were trying to wait for the plant to make it easy for them, but if it was a little bit earlier, causing that disruption on site could have been the thing that made the round go towards Boomer's way. We're also getting an attack up on the side of Bobsta, and that lurk towards B. A complete switch up from the last 5 rounds on what we've been doing for both sides.
Ooh, nice off Maple. Logic wasn't holding the angle, and just that slight move that made them lose everything out. But Maple is just doesn't care. I mean, playing with the op, they know they have to make sure they can solidify for something, but they managed to get 2. Bobsta's just looking right back at them here. So British Shark, it's not too much of a disadvantage.
Yeah, these op picks getting traded out in mid and I mean, we're huge. Completely off the B site. Which is honestly good for Boomers because they're going to be in a 3v5 retake and it looks like they're going to go for a res here in mid. Are we aware of the Sova lurk though? Sova could find a huge timing here, but Maple just holding with that off, but whiff! And Arthur's just going to go back main and hopefully help out on the post plant here. We do have Dart, but we don't really have anything else on the side of Britta for this post line. We're going to have to stay on site and fight as they're trying to retake.
Yeah. Slow down an angle though. Oh. Bobsta just closes out their own. But this is, I mean, good for Britta right now, right? Resurrection comes through. There is going to have to be a big push that moves forward off this, but unfortunately, I mean, they're just not able to solidify anything. And the spike could actually, at this point in time, it does seem like they might have potential, but they can't hit it in enough time. It's a big play coming through from Raven. And I mean, Boo Woomers, they keep this one to themselves.
Yeah, that's a great comeback going into the round. It was nice to see both teams switching up how they wanted to play out the round. You know, we've seen Britta go towards B so many times that they actually start on default A, but I think they had a little bit of a misplay there. They had this over there, but I just don't think that they were expecting them to put an op towards the side that they just haven't really gone. So I think that definitely caught them off guard.
Yeah, Maple was, I mean, just dangerous playing with the op,
Yeah.
especially like off the
You want to
initiation on
play?
A, and now
Let's
they've actually
play.
moved themselves toward mid. So it's not like Boo Woomers is trying to just keep the same thing happening over and over again. Right now, Bobsta trying to get a pick of their own over towards A, but nothing has been met.
Yeah, Britta's definitely more aware now with their Sova actually using drone and dart before execing site, but still not being able to clear out that stage and just get the Jet getting picked off. Wait, huge chase coming though over at A main.
Grimoire really opened up the A site for them to take this one over.
Spike
And
planted.
I mean, now with Raven trying to make something
player
happen,
standing.
it's dangerous, right? They lose out on this fight. They're not able to get the retake in, and now there is a big save that's going to have to just come through here.
There.
Yeah, I mean, Britta's playing this pretty well. They're kind of putting pressure on every point of the map. And I think Boomers is just having a hard time figuring that out. If we're able to save this off, though, that would be huge. But we know exactly where Animal's hiding right now.
Yeah, they know as well. Colby shuts it down. And Britta, they are really taking this one by stride. They do not want to be 13-3 again, and I completely understand. I think they're doing so much better putting Colby on that right now. Obviously, 10-4 is just insane. And confidence just radiating through their bodies, but I like this. A nice timeout. They know, you know, there have been some issues going forward with their defense.
Yeah, I do really like this timeout because Britta's definitely changing it up. Like I said, they're kind of putting pressure everywhere. It's really hard for boomers to kind of figure out what their game plan is and what they should be doing. But hopefully we're going to be seeing some sort of pressure towards mid maybe. If not, just kind of playing more one-sided, like heavy stacking one side or heavy anchoring one side and playing retake on the other, rather than kind of like trying to match Britta and be spread apart like they have been.
Yeah. Trying to keep themselves together, and I agree. I think it was good. Like we did get to see a little hint of that on A main with I mean Maple really shutting down a lot of the push based off of the information that was given away, and also refragging as well, based off that front forward teamwork. So I mean teamwork really does make the dream work. I think that might be a factor slightly missing from that. Just maybe feeling pressure to make a movement because of how aggressive we are seeing Brita Shark be.
Yeah, we are going on an eco here too. It looks like we're putting heavy emphasis towards mid and A, but Britta kind of has a read. They're just going to go for a full B exec and get the site completely for free. The only thing they have to be concerned about is this mid, and Bob's is on it.
Huge headshot to start off this round. Amanda go. Oh, okay. Well, Oppie just died, so there is no op. And
so bomb is down.
yeah,
There has to have been some sort of misplay or accident there.
it seems like they tried to jump towards B
Enemy remaining.
through the sidelines, but I mean Bobster's just high-key carrying right now at this point in this map. Bobster has to. They have to step up. They just lost a total of 2 players.
Planted.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully Bob's is able to get 3 kills in this round to kind of save us here, but
Oh,
I
wow.
didn't know it was a round that would need saving.
It would have been a flawless, realistically, but it seems like, I mean, maybe not. Andy Mall is
And we
running
have the
it
rest
down.
coming through.
Yeah, that's huge.
Wait, but I don't think we're about to Clove rewrapping mid here. But Animal still gets away with it.
Weapon
Oh,
here.
wow.
I don't even know what that round was. From 2 people falling off the map, Bobsa getting 3, but then Animal just hitting some insane shots. Like, that is the GC Dig.
That's a hard one. What do you like? What do you do with that information? If they didn't jump off the map, realistically, that would have been their round.
Yeah. And
Which
even
is-
then, I felt like they had it in the bag, but
Yeah.
Animal just destroyed Bobsa on that peak. But it's okay, because both econs are kind of looking roughly the same. Yeah, I think they're a little scared of B. I think they're a little traumatized, so they're
Yeah.
just leaning towards A here.
I'm sure
the
like
off
it
versus
wasn't
off
on
right now?
purpose.
Yeah,
It's-
no.
Yeah.
It had to have been an accident. A little oopsie. Wow, both of them so slow. Huge pick on Maple, though. That's the off.
Yeah, that's
And the
good.
trip down.
Oppie makes it happen. Bobster, though, I mean, has always been proven to be a threat. Just getting on the site is going to be quite difficult now, especially
Animal
with the
choosing to fight on
slow-
site, though.
That's crazy. They do back themselves away. Actually,
If she lives here,
recovering themselves, they don't die, which is good. Boo Boomers, they still are able to keep this round. I mean, British Shark, the hard part is that they do have 2 ultimates on the board. So regardless of what happens to Grim War, they could resurrect, yep, and now they can fight this again.
and look, we do not expect the second flank. They're coming in from the Sova. The rest of the team just trying to buy time, but we're not clearing our corners!
And Grimoire stays alive for another day and actually gets an astounding 2. So the ultimate was pushed at the correct time, 6-3. I mean, listen, they had to make up for the last round. Losing 2 people like that is insane. So I feel like, you know, it really does cancel out at this point.
that flank would have changed the entire round, but instead Amanda didn't clear right and just kind of walked into Bobsta's crosshair. That is so unfortunate.
Wow. And still an ultimate to push for Colby, and I mean, hopefully this time when they are making the transition over to B down towards.
I expect none of them to jump anymore. I think they're all gonna go main.
Yes. I mean, hey, they don't need to do anything. It seems like Colby's gonna handle it for them.
What?
Jumping around
One
freely.
enemy remaining.
I feel like I'm watching Call of Duty.
Spike planted.
Okay, well, all in all, I mean, look, confidence really does get you far enough to call the shot. So I think this is this in itself is quite interesting to see. But Animal left alone to their own vices and is gonna have to just take out the majority. But okay, well, you know what? If it works, it works. And Colby is not really waiting for anyone to make the call. So
Yeah, Colby has plot armor or something going on. Those kills are just too free.
wow.
It's okay. Boomers still have a couple rounds here to try and bounce back into this and make this a 7-5 half. But it looks like we're kind of going back to what we were seeing in the early rounds. Jet +1 anchoring on that B site. If British Shark keep playing that the way they have been, this should be kind of free for them.
Actually,
Colby's just so good at finding these entries.
Yeah, this is insane. They are
Finally
just
gets traded
consistently
out.
jumping too. Yeah, I was surprised
Yeah.
that they had survived that long just jumping onto the site, but it happens.
The aggression doesn't stop though.
Yeah,
Spike
Raven is
planted.
really pushing through, and they actually do have Paranoia available too. So waiting for the rotation, playing with the util they have. Unfortunately, there is going to be some sort of counter here with Arthur. I mean, just waiting to push that.
Yeah, Rez is up, but they're gonna have to clear the people on site before they even have a chance to do so.
And that they will do.
Or using it as a bait here. That's not bad at all.
And just one more left. Animal shuts it down for Booomers to get that defusal. And that's good. I mean, British Shark, it's just hard, right? They're going to have to wide swing and fight that. There wasn't much they could do other than, I mean, potentially just get information off the drone, but...
I mean, getting that pick on Bob that early into the retake was huge for Boomers. And Annie just hitting some insanely
before the
clean
switch.
shots. So even though Colby was able to get those that first pick on B, Raven did such a good job at holding down spawn and getting the trades.
For 4-7, I mean, last round, the Boomers really wanted to make this one happen. I am seeing Animal is taking a more aggressive approach. Oh no, sorry, apologies. Seems like we are going to see like a one-way smoke settled in, and Maple with the first one, so...
That is a really good pick. It looks like it's causing a little bit of confusion from Boomers. We're kind of playing a little more passive on the B side now, which I don't know if I completely love, but we do an op. That's honestly fine. Logic
Spike
going for one
down
because of their
B.
dash and actually finding that. Leaving Britta in a 3v5. Now, as long as Boomers kind of play more passive angles, more off angles, and not just kind of give them the picks that Britta so desperately need, this round should be theirs. But we do have Bob trying to look for something mid. Amanda holding a nice off angle. I don't know where Bob's going to try and contest, though.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Last player standing.
Yeah, Colby's just
down,
by
B.
themselves. They do have
30 seconds left.
some heals they could push forward. Yeah, no, with the pressure Amanda was making and Raven, I mean, that's quite impossible. But it does give Boomers a 5 to 7 half, so it's not like we're kind of at a big disparity here.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a really strong half coming in from Britta, and I was a little worried, but Boomers making those slight adjustments, kind of putting both their senties towards A and looking for those entry picks on, or picks on the exec on B, worked out for them.
Yeah.
Okay, but now we're going to have to see what they do with that solo duelist double senti comp on attack. Now, here's where I get a little worried because I want to see aggression, especially going up against a team like Brita and the comp that they have, but I just don't know how they're going to be able to really do it.
No, they're going to have to... I don't know, that is a hard one. And I do think... I mean, with Boo Boomers, they're just going to have to see how they're going to play this one, to be honest.
Yeah, I think they're kind of banking on Brita making the first move and finding picks there. Like, even on pistol, starting a pistol with a 2-1-2. How often do we see that?
Deploying drone.
Okay, big. Oh. Will they see this? Oh. Big pick coming through from Colby. Okay, they waited long enough, but they do also still manage to get a lot of that damage moving forward. But they're gonna have to refight for the A site. I'm sure if British Shark has, I mean, yeah, some smokes to work off of here.
Yeah, we're just kind of hoping on Sova Dart. They don't really have any flashes to burst out on the site, but they wouldn't even need it. Boomer's just taking the fight to them.
And the right click doesn't connect, unfortunately. So for Boo Boomers, I'm really just leaving it up to the 3 here to keep the site, and that's going to be easy enough as it is. Okay, there's some grim play happening right here, but it's okay. 6-7 there for oh, hey, 6-7.
Oh my god.
Anyways, after that embarrassment. So yeah, 6-7 there, moving forward for Boo Boomers. They have won that first pistol round, so they can actually just really tie things up in the second round.
No, they for sure can. I mean, unless Colby does some insane stuff with the Deagle here, which I'm not ruling out. Like, that's definitely possible. But Boomer's leaning towards B here, where they're kind of playing weak side on the side of Brita. Shouldn't have any problem clearing out this chamber with the Sova kit.
Yes. Yeah, Annie Mall. Just 5 and looking to actually take that initiation off that wall alone. But now the wall is actually blockading as well. So it's funneling these players if they do want to get the re-entry towards a certain positioning here. And Grim goes down as well. So player advantage leading towards Boo Boomers.
Colby killing all the people in B main right now. Kind of setting them up for a crunch here if Jet's able to find anything coming in from heaven. Unfortunately gets shut down though. Now all Boomers has to do is kind of sit and hold, not give any more lives. Or just blind and kill them, yeah. That works too.
Yeah, just pure skill coming through. And a big buy round that we're finally going to see from British Shark. It's been quite a while. Actually seeming like there is a slight tech pause, so having to get things situated. Although I will say I am liking this. I mean it's like what, the first 2 rounds in the defensive half, and you are running a double duelist, so it's going to take some time to kind of get accustomed for British Shark.
Yeah, and also I think Boomers have done really well at getting site and kind of holding it down, right? They do have that sage wall to kind of cut off one of the chokes. They have slows. They have the chamber trip that they kind of use mostly for the flank. And it's kind of hard on the side of Brita because looking at their comp, they don't have an Omen blind. They don't have Reyna flashes as soon as Colby gets picked off, right? So going into a retake up against 2 Sentis and basically a full stage kit because she's not using any on the flank, it's really hard to kind of go out on a site like that and regain ground. Like, there's just so many obstacles in their way that I would love to see them kind of try and get more of those early picks on their exits rather than letting Boomer set up. But yeah, Boomers just are having a really good time at playing this map.
I mean, that's good. You know, enjoying the map and also while also feeling confident. You could see Animal's having a great time playing on the stage. And I do feel like that's carrying the gameplay a little bit here with that 15-9. They're feeling confident. They're feeling good. They know exactly what they want to push for. So I'm looking forward to seeing a lot more, especially on the attacking half. I have noticed more of an attack sage kind of esque vibe.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going for a little bit of a fake here, but it's not going to work if Kobe ends up picking the 2 people faking.
Revealing area.
Brit is just too aware now. They got the take on A main. Looks like they're looking to fight down site as well.
Down A.
So many players taken down here. British Shark, they've made their name be heard, but it's not over. I will say, you know, they have good positioning. They have the site. They can isolate these fights.
Last player standing.
Oh no, especially now losing one. That's unfortunate. Oof.
Nothing Raven can do in that situation. I like the idea, especially on a bonus. I feel like you don't often see people on bonuses doing fakes. You mostly see people just kind of execing and grouping together and trying to rely off their trades. But unfortunately, due to Colby's aggression, it was just too obvious. After getting those that first kill on the Reyna, they kind of knew, and the A anchors were able to just kind of stay and fight.
Yeah, I agree. Also, just really, I mean, for Brita, there was like a repetition with not wanting to hold the sites as severely, but I do feel like we're seeing a lot more, I mean, push play coming through from the defense, especially here in mid. Grim War, unfortunately taken out by Logic. And now that's that second one, so Boomer's in a very good position to take over towards B, but there are still 2 players residing, and now Fox might catch them off guard.
Boomer's able to get the picks that they needed in order to feel confident in just execing B site. Sage wall comes out, gets broken, but really not going to do much for Brita. Oppie's gonna have to go insane here and try and look for something, but gets shut down by Logic. Yeah, Brita's gonna have to go into somewhat of a save here, if they're able to.
Teleport's ready.
See, I feel like this is the kind of round, though, that Boomers are gonna have to do consistently because, yes, they have the Jet, but besides that, they don't really have, like, a secondary duelist or anything like that to kind of follow up and confidently rely on getting those trades. Like, they're gonna have to default more to kind of open up these rounds because they just don't have, like, the zoomy capability.
Yeah, they're just gonna have to vibe here and wait for the save, but yeah, that's just unfortunate. I mean, in mid, the positioning slightly poor enough to where, I mean, Logic could just take out Grimoire. So, immediately losing out on your smokes is not a good thing.
Yeah, for sure. And it's like Brita had the right read there. They were just unable to kind of win their ones.
We go.
3 players mid. Now a smoke actually trying to just isolate at least one angle, which I do like this, right? It gives Logic some space to move forward, but Colby is ready, and Colby has been ready. Being absolutely insane. And finally, we are able to see something come through from British Shark here within this half, so they do manage to at least pick 2 players off.
Yeah, that's kind of what they were hoping for last round, is just getting those initial picks. Even though Colby got traded out, we still ended that mid fight up numbers. And we're still pushing down mid.
One enemy
Trying
remaining.
to stop everybody
Spike
from
down
making their
mid.
way in, but the spike has been settled down, and now Maple, I mean, even with the smoke going down, they're not going to have a lot of coverage from each and every angle, so it gives Oppie some more room to work with, and a nice headshot in a 4K there.
Yeah, that's a beautiful round from
Yeah.
Oppie with that 4K. Brita's honestly doing a really good job at kind of countering what was working early on for Boomers. It's like, it's hard though, because as long as they win their aim duels, they'll kind of come out on top. Because really, that mid fight, there is no, like, there's nothing special. There was no, like, important util. It was just timing on the swings coming in from Colby and Oppie to kind of win those
Get out of
fights.
my way.
Looks like Boomers are kind of changing their approach and going for more of a straight exec. Colby getting shut down so early.
Yeah, Yeah, now Logic.
They're able to pick up the Sova. This would be huge.
Ooh, they can't. Arthur does manage to get one. Okay, but either way, taking out one is completely okay.
Enemy remaining.
They've initiated on the duelist, and
down
British
A.
are not giving up. So, I mean, all in all, Amanda's gonna have to fight this by themselves. They do have so much util to use, but Oppie playing these close angles with her shotgun just really works out for the better here for Brita.
Yeah, Boomers were not expecting a third to be there that quickly, especially just kind of swinging out and making a hero play like that, which ultimately won them the round for the side of Brita. But I think that's kind of what they're going to need more. They're going to have to kind of bring in the zoomies, kind of like what we were seeing from 5 Centis in those past maps. It's just those fast retakes, not letting them get settled into their post plant with this, like I said, the Sage Wall, the Omen Blind, the Sova
You
kit.
want to play? Let's play.
Especially the Hunter's Fury from the defense, trying to close out on these angles, and Grimoire still surprisingly manages to take one as well with all that pressure residing. So I'm trying to close this angle off, putting a second hand smoke down so they can get that crosshold put. An interesting wall though. Ooh.
Back like I never left.
Grimoire finding so much success, even with the ult there, and then getting every single piece of util thrown at her.
I'm liking the way this goes here for Brita. Oppie takes one.
Yeah, Boomers is trapped in main here, though. They're gonna have to find some way to kind of re-clear space, either push forward or fall back, and it looks like they're doing the second option there.
One enemy
Trying to
remaining.
make a surprise tactic on Colby, but unfortunately does not heal. I mean, regardless, right? You're still playing into this. I was gonna say into this
30 seconds left.
3v1, but Raven managed to make a huge play, TPing themselves and giving them so much time waiting for this rotation.
Planted.
Left and 1v1. Literally, honestly, Brita, the Sova here, has the upper hand because Boomers, or the Omen has no idea where Sova could be coming from. It's gonna be kind of a wait and gamble.
Revealing area.
Definitely hearing that as well. Oh, this is so good. They don't actually see where Raven is. So now all they have to do is kind of assume at this point a huge ace from Raven.
That was such an insane clutch. Being able to get both of those kills in mid there to bring it to the 1v1 and winning that gamble when the Sova could have been literally anywhere. That is actually such a hype round to win, especially after that insane brawling main, mostly coming in from Grimoire and Grimoire's ult. That's a big like momentum builder, or momentum stopper, I should say, for Brita. It's a tough round to lose.
They're not playing as close as they normally do here for Brita. Actually pushing back a bit. They've gotten information on A, so now a huge rotation just develops over 4C, and they are going to fight this. I mean, Oppie has to sit here and try to take one. At least one, if anything. But damage is the only thing they can run away with, and this is so unfortunate. British Shark, they've lost 2 of their players. They don't have much of an advantage to work with. The only thing they can rely on right now is Colby potentially taking out a couple here, especially now with Grimoire slowly making their way up. This is huge. I mean, they could pop the ultimate, if anything, and just really work their way onto the site, but a 2v2.
Raze coming out left and right. Raven winning that one there is huge, because we know the last one's flank, and Amanda closes it out. Dude, Boomers are just so good at fighting together. Like, even, like, the fact that Edimo was able to swing with that jet there was round changing, because I was really worried about them doing straight XX and not being able to get those trades because the spacing would be bad, right? Because we don't really have that second entry. But Logic buying time on top of B site to kind of wait for that double swing, or wait for so that they could double swing with their Sage was huge. Britta's on a bit of a weird buy here, a little half buy. Hopefully Oppie's going to try to get some sort of advantage here with this hero rifle.
Oh,
And we get one.
Scanning ahead.
Taking down their jet. They don't really have a bursting ability anymore. It's going to be really tough if they want to just try and commit to a site again. But it looks like we're going to back up, baby. Try and re-clear some space mid. Poke around. Just try and get any sort of ground.
yeah, not even looking like they're gonna want to push B anymore. If anything, slowly trying to just clear out whatever they can in mid. But if Brita get this one,
And we don't full clear it. The Reyna's fully walked around, and we don't have any idea on the side of Boomers.
Not ready yet.
no, 2 seconds left for a smoke here from Brimore though. When this is good, they can at least close off some of these angles for Obby to play with, but they don't see anything. And actually, it doesn't even work an advantage for them. It works an advantage for Boo Woomers.
Even though we had 3 here already on the side of Brita, it just does not matter. Boomers are able to still somehow find an opening, but unaware of the flank. This Kobe's flank here could be everything.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Catching out 2 players, but a ton of damage made. They don't know that they have backup, but they do take the backup away
Last
instead.
player standing.
I mean, up to Arthur. I mean, I'm sorry, apologies, up to Animal to really just try to keep this one going. Colby does get a slight heal through, based off the pick they had received previously. But 7 bullets left and a dream from Animal and a right click that could keep this game alive. The defusal goes through.
God!
And a huge clutch from Animal.
What I trained for.
I want my right clicks to do that. Get 2 with 1 right click. Animal's just on fire right now.
Anyone need anything?
That's, oh gosh, no, that's super unfortunate. Dude, that's great though. Animal played that just the best way they could. The right click has a big radius and they could keep this intact.
Yeah, I mean, props to Brita too, because they played that well too. They grouped up, right? They were both side by side, but unfortunately for Animal's right click, that's just perfect. That's a perfect scenario for Annie. Looks like we're going a little bit slow here now, not going for a straight exec, which I don't mind at all. We're already pulling rotates on the side of Brita, where we haven't faked before. And
Yeah.
it looks like... Wait, Colby's still finding 1A main, though, before you're able to make a move is insane.
Oh!
Finding 2! We have the chamber lurking up B, but it doesn't matter if Colby just picks off the rest of our team before we have a chance to rotate.
Yeah, they couldn't even let their hail fully settle in, so... I mean, regardless, British Shark, they are in a pretty solidified position. So are Boo Woomers, though. They have the B site. They can push themselves in. The only thing that really could, I mean, just stop things very slowly is that trip. No, actually, not even within radius there.
Yeah, I mean, Boomers are going to have to go for something aggressive, and I think Brita's kind of aware. They need something to try and even out the scoreline. Omoblind goes out, but not finding any success from it. A whip from Bobsta opens up the round. Back up for Boomers, though.
Blocking sight. Blocking sight.
Boomers feeling a little bit more comfortable falling back after getting that first pick. See if they're able to hold some sort of a crossfire on site.
Yeah,
And it's working out.
Not even anything they can do. Now, at this point, right, smoke has been put down. They're going to have to try to slowly work their way, and I think Colby's in a good position, though, right? Raven is sitting there. They know that. They're going to do their best to try to create that distraction for Arthur to make way. So, yeah, they do get this. Actually, I don't think they do. Do they get it? Yes, they do. In just enough time.
So close. What a huge round for Colby. And honestly, that 2v1 didn't even look that bad for Raven because they were able to isolate those 1v1s with that smoke. But Colby just jumping and kind of spraying just always seems to work out for them. I think that's a new mechanic I need to try in my games.
29 and 15, too.
Just insane.
And I'm just really curious what the first kills are going to look like, because Colby has been there each and every time to be the first one to respond, so.
Yeah, it looks like for Boomers, we're kind of going back into like that full exec mode with our half buy here.
Deploying drone.
Seeing what they can find out, though. They're kind of going to get the site for free. Brita seems like they're going to be just trying to lock down back site, but still very split.
And I thought for a second they were going to, take out rumors, but yeah. Okay, no, Arthur's
Gets away with
every
another?
single shot. That's good though. Before they are planning for this rotation, they do manage to eliminate 2. They have tons to work with, and Colby is running off of this ultimate. I don't even think they've seen anyone wrapping around. No,
Player
it's
standing.
still up to this 3v1. And Oppie shuts it down. So match point here for British Ark and Boo Woomers. They are fighting for their lives.
Match point.
That was such a weird round. They were like, it looked like they were kind of second guessing themselves on if they should try and 6 side or if they should fall back. But Grimoire kind of going back or rotating into that A site gave Sova confidence to stay on, and it worked out for them.
That's a good spot.
That was really good though. It didn't allow Boomers to kind of set up for their post plant, and Brita was just able to kind of flood out after getting those first few picks. And that's kind of just what they got to keep doing. A huge read coming in from Boomers with that Sova ult.
Yeah, and that's such a nice res. So they still have so many players to work around this. British Shark, they might honestly just be pushed back into OT. They're losing every single one, and Grimoire's trying to keep this round alive for them. I thought they would have had it, but they do not. So 2v4, Boo Woomers.
Boomers are doing all that they can to bring it at OT. They do not want to lose this map.
No, Oppie's still, I mean, just getting every single
They know
shot
where both
need. They're just trying their best, but they can't close it out. Logic with a 4K. I mean, bringing it to match point.
Switching sides.
OT we go.
Overtime.
That was such a good read from Boomers though, especially with that so well, basically off of nothing. Like just barely any contact made, and we just rip it, and it worked out well. It caused chaos for their A main fight for the side of Brita, and just kind of picked them apart. Well, this is where Boomers kind of struggled because they couldn't really figure out what setup to do and what would kind of work for them. But here we're going back to their bread and butter, just having the double senti towards A, looking for some sort of an early fight and hopefully delay to flood on B. But Brita's actually going to be leaning into the double senti, looking like an A split. Nothing's really stopping them mid either. There's no mid pressure for them. They're going to get it for free. The players on A side are going to get crunched. There's literally no one heaven.
Oh my gosh. Maple. Oh, and I like this. I like the sound cues. They're obviously communicating with each other. Okay, there's like a big push moving forward. How can we handle this? But British Shark are amazing on the attack, and we've seen that, right? This is where we do actually get to see Colby shine the most.
Yeah, even though they were able to get that first pick from Maple, it just was not enough. They were getting crunched from both sides. There was too much pressure, and they couldn't hold everything at once.
Player standing.
Yeah, and that's gotta be huge, and it's gotta hurt, honestly. A good attempt to actually shut things down. I do like how Boo Woomers, they were very, very sure of themselves to keep that site, but Colby, very strong with that.
Yeah, that was honestly the perfect call for Brita. Like, we knew that like they love to play double sent A. That's what they've been doing the past few rounds when they were on their defense half. And having the Sage focus towards, or having both senties kind of focus A main, that gave them such a big opening mid. And now Boomers are just gonna have to figure something out. It looks like that again they're going for a fake that didn't really work for them in the past.
Especially because we do know British Shark are very evident. I mean, they are known for pushing out on the A site.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they do have the 3 leaning towards A, but it's not enough. It's not enough pressure. We didn't move an inch on B.
Down B.
And the duelist duo is just able to just absolutely destroy them. Now Jen Silver kind of need to make a miracle happen, but what can you do?
Defenders
Ending it off too. And that's strong. And quite surprising too, because for Brita, they were struggling a lot on their defensive halves. So for them to kind of just, I mean, pull through with this is absolutely insane. So we are going to end things off with that 14-12. Which is great. Colby really pushed through. I loved, okay, 8 first bloods, and I was wondering if we were going to reach that threshold, which we did. So that's cool. I think that's great. I think Colby being put onto that Reina role was such a good pick for this map. especially with the double duelist comp, because the attacking side obviously looked very, very solidified. There was a lot of trouble. Boo Boomers, I mean, their composition really just worked out with Animal being able to shut down a lot of those engagements and those pushes. But all in all, this was such an exciting map. Big congrats for British Shark to actually push through and be able to make it to Grand Finals, though.
Yeah, and I'm just really excited for this next best of 3 that's about to happen. 5 Sentis versus British Shark. Who will come out on top of that?
I'm not sure, but I mean, listen, after this banger map, I do feel like we have another one coming. So, guys, don't go anywhere. We will be right back with our Grand Finals match. Welcome back, everybody. Oop, let me move myself to the middle to Radiant Academy. We are here with our grand finals match, and I know you guys were waiting patiently. Thank you so much, but we're ready, and it's actually 5 Centi versus Debuita. So we're gonna see a pretty exciting match, Mel. I'm Emily. Sorry.
No, it's okay. No, I'm excited too, especially after like how their previous best of threes went, right? On one hand, you have Brita that just 2-1 Boomers, right? But very close maps. We had a pretty close map, still on the side of Brita, to a stomp, like literally them getting stomped, to an overtime game that they just so quickly closed out, right? And then the side of Sendy that's kind of coming off hot of a 2-0. They had a little bit of time to cool down, but overall just had a pretty dominant run so far.
No, a dominant run, and I mean, both of these teams are looking super solid and very, very scary. We're going to take a little look back onto the playoff bracket to see what exactly happened in the playoffs. So obviously 5 Senties going that 2-0, and British Sharks 2-1. They did run away with that last map in OT. And now we're actually going to see, is there potential for OT here? Are we going to see a banger, or is it going to be a huge, like, 13-0 across the board? So this is what excites me. I do think we have 2 really solid teams going against each other for this grand finals match, so I'm super hype.
No, me as well. I think we have, like you said, we have 2 very strong teams. I think their strengths are in different places for each of them, and both of them have their different win conditions. So we'll kind of just see what happens in the best of 3 and what will actually be stronger. On the side of 5 Senti, I think their team mechanics are so good. Their team gameplay, they're so good at fighting together. Whereas Brita, you're kind of looking at those star players to kind of step it up and kind of lead them to that win. You know what I mean?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I guess, like, some star players of which we had seen before, right? Battison, Starbound, stuff like that on the side of 5 Senti, and so forth. For British Shark, it was Colby that really did a good Reyna gameplay that we got to see on that last map of Abyss. Oppie was going absolutely insane on the Jet. So these are players that I'm just excited to kind of see come back, like, literally, quite literally. So I am super excited. We do have, I do believe, the map bans and picks that we can slowly move ourselves over to. But yeah, this is where we get to see where exactly we're going. And again, Haven was one of those maps that we had seen a lot going through for 5 Senties. Boom, I figured that was what we were going to see, just based off, like, repetition. So for Haven to be the first map, I mean, there was a lot of struggle last time here for 5 Senties against the previous team they had played against, but I'm kind of looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I mean, this makes a lot of sense. After watching Brita play Abyss, 5 Senties doesn't want to mess with that, right? They brought in OT, they did a close game, and then on the side, for the Sunset Band, Brita obviously doesn't want to go against a map that they just got 13-3'd on, right? And looking at the first 2 maps, I think Haven is actually a really strong pick for both teams. I think it allows both of them to kind of play to their strengths. So I think it'll be a banger of a first match. And I just wanted to add, like, for Brita, you were right. Colby was insane and kind of was that star and key player, dropping 29 plus 29 in the whole series. And Oppie did show up that last map, but we need to see consistency from them, like, out of all the players besides Colby, or outside of Colby, right? We need to see that across the board and see Oppie being able to put up numbers like that, and everyone else being able to kind of support them in doing so. Especially on a map like Haven, where I feel like duelists have a big role of kind of opening up rounds and looking for those first picks on both sides.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, we did get to see the consistency. Colby was definitely there, but with Oppie, right? Like you had said, there needs to be, just like you need to be able to rely on your teammates every single time something, is going to happen. And whether or not that be you're just playing that double duelist and really just applying yourself and not letting the team down. And especially now here in the grand finals, right? The stakes are higher. If you lose one map, I mean, that could completely mess up the entirety of how everything else is going to go. You could get easily 2 nodes. So I think it really is just, like, reading into 5 Senti if they had the opportunity, right? VOD reviewing, whatnot. And honestly, some of these players had played against each other in previous times, right? So it's not even just like they're strangers to each other. So also understanding the play styles of certain players. So for me, going into that first map of Haven for 5 Senties, obviously there's some comfort there, but British Shark, they are a beast of their own with their own double duelist composition they like to run.
Yeah, and I just want to note, the third map, the decider is actually going to be buying not Abyss, like it was shown. That was a little oopsie. But no, to touch on your note there was that, you're right, these are all experienced players. When I'm looking at the rosters, they're made up of players that I've seen in the top, or in main event of GC almost every event this year. So I think the experience will behind both teams will kind of make these games a lot closer than what we've seen so far. It just, like I said, it just depends on kind of who actually shows up in these matches that we're about to see.
Well, I'm quite excited because also with Haven, I mean, I'm looking at what we had seen British Shark run before. I don't know if this is going to be the same thing that we get to see again, but there was like some evidence of a double duelist Phoenix and Neon, which the Phoenix is quite interesting. I'm a big fan of Phoenix because of the versatility with how often you can utilize the ultimate. So for me to kind of to potentially see that today is definitely exciting. But ISO is, I'm not even going to say anything because I do feel like there's going to be a switch up and I'm going to embarrass myself. So I'll wait for them to lock things in.
Yeah, I'm just kind of hoping that both teams kind of stay to what they were doing previously this event, like at least somewhat similar, like running the double duelist. Seeing Starbound on duelist again would be awesome, especially against a team of this caliber. And hopefully that they're not like gonna switch up last second and like kind of play it a little bit more serious. But I don't think we're gonna get that. It already looks like we're gonna have some double duelist gameplay here, just waiting on the confirmation. But Cat already locking that that Neon that we all know and love, so that's very nice to see.
Everyone's just... All right, there's the lock-in. So it's actually, it's not going to be the Phoenix that we saw. It's going to be the ISO.
It's going to be a triple duelist.
Oh, I didn't even see the Yoru, which my eyes deceive me. This is... Do I like it? I don't know. I like it on the attack for sure. I'm thinking attacking side, this is brilliant. But if they're going triple duelist, we're going to have to see some firepower on the defense as well.
I mean, that's kind of what they were banking on, though, in the past two maps. That's kind of what they were counting on, is having Colby drop insane numbers and Oppie kind of being that that second top fragger there. And now we're just adding the Yoru into the mix. They're kind of trying to play to their strengths here. I thought they were going to try and maybe tone it back a little and be a little more like standard and serious, but no, we're getting the opposite. We're just doing what feels best for us in that moment. And while it could backfire on them, I think this is kind of their best shot going against a team like Sentis.
This, I mean, in itself, I'm just looking forward to it, to be honest. I think they're put in a really good position here for British Shark to start off. I don't know that 5 Sentis, even though they're not running, let's say, that triple duelist, it does feel like there is a triple duelist because Starbound having that extra addition into playing the chamber, and Starbound in their own right, like being a very, very strong alt player. So able to really shut down a lot of these very quick transitions.
Oh, for sure. And we kind of noted before about how 5 Sentis, even though they're not running like weird triple duelist comps, they're still showing the aggression. And they do have really fast retakes, which I think they kind of have to keep doing against a team and a comp like this.
Cutting through.
And there goes nothing. I mean, the first couple seconds already initiating. There goes Arpy. And they do manage to make a dent into whatever's going on over towards Seaside. So all they really have to do is just make sure they're cutting off all these choke points with a slight flank. They have to watch that flank.
Yeah, Britta was just kind of ready for everything here. Using that ISO... I forget what that ability name is. The one that detains him like a KO knife. The Yoru can't TP out. And that's actually going to be really hard because 5 Sentis do kind of like to take those ones on sites and be able to get out and then retake fast, or even anchor. But with that ISO ability, like, they're going to have a hard time being able to go for those kind of cheeky peeks and be able to get out with it.
Yeah. I mean, already, that was good. I did really like that. It's very hard, right, to kind of keep sight when you have so much going on, especially like you had said with a lot of the util Colby has in their arsenal. It's so easy to get themselves onto site and allow the team to have that vulnerability, you know, set onto the opposite side. So British Shark already closing in on that first pick. Now
Yeah, Starbound not finding any success there.
Yeah.
Looks like they're kind of faking a little bit of a BX. Like, they're causing rotates to happen, leaving C completely open, and it looks like they're heading towards it.
Droning in over towards Seaside. With everybody else residing B and A, there is some noise that we are trying to listen in on, you know, with that ISO pick. So listening in on Garage, giving away information. I mean, this is good. It's all that British Shark can really do, waiting for this push.
Yeah, Sentis are gonna need to find something here. Otherwise, might as well just die to bomb and not give orbs. But I don't think Brita will let that happen. I think they want to fight.
One enemy remaining.
Already leaving one on their own on the defense. Yeah, and Colby shuts that down. So big flawless round here from British Shark, and the triple duelist comp is working out in their favor. Although I will say it's the second round, right, with that being the save round for 5 centis, so not going to push that, you know, too far.
Yeah, I do love this aggression coming in from Brita. I love that they're kind of asserting their dominance, and I think Sentis, in order to kind of counter that, they're going to have to be really quick on their reactions, really quick on re-clearing stuff as soon as pressure is made elsewhere, and kind of just working for that info, because Brita, with this comp, they can really do anything that they want. They can steamroll a site, they can default, they can do and like leave inserts. Like here we even have a jet lurking. Gets picked off. That's huge coming in from Omen.
Oh, wow. I was going to say they didn't even notice the TP that Arthur had settled for. But, yeah, safe and sound onto site. They are listening in on 5 centis, but, I mean, all they can do, Cat does have a stun here, ready to lock down. I'm sure they actually do also have the paranoia settled for Omen, so I'm assuming, yeah, waiting for that to be pushed through, clearing out the back of site. Oh, Colby's there, and Colby is the biggest disruptor for this team. So for British Shark, I mean, they've already received 2 players taken out.
We are aware of the rewrap, though. That is huge.
Cover going out.
The timing, though! That
That's-
timing was so crucial for Coco Melon.
Oh my gosh, and that has to hurt so bad.
What a good start, though, for Brita. Like, maybe the triple duelist is all that they needed. Maybe playing slow and a little more contained and standard just... I mean, it wasn't really working for them. It did in that last map, but if you look back at their sunset and what they were trying to do, it wasn't. So I like the fact that they're bringing something new to this and kind of just running it down with all the firepower that they have. Sorry, all the firepower.
Yeah. Now Australis is able to kind of tell 5 centis what's going on. So there are 2 more players now able to assist with this push over towards A. And I like the smoke, right? It just gives them some time and some space to try to work with the smoke. But I don't know if pushing past that was a good idea. 5 centis, they're... you know, I know that the main idea is just trying to take out as many players or isolate as many fights as they can. But they did manage to scare this away.
Yeah, Brita realizing that they were playing fast rotate towards A, knowing that majority of them are already on site and canceling and rotating elsewhere is a huge call for them. Ooh, nice shot coming from Emluo. That gives them a gun if they push down for it, but they're gonna have to fight a Sova. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is just planning on C. Almost dying to it though.
Spike planted.
The flood is happening, but not a whole lot they can do.
Yeah.
Out of charges.
Huge 3K too to finish things off here from Arthur, and to start off with the 4-0 from British Shark is insane. Especially like taking the chance with a triple duelist comp and also completely annihilating it. 6-0, 6-2, 4-1, right? So it's obviously working very well, and with the assistance of Bobsta and Grimoire, everything honestly is perfect for Brita.
Yeah, it's working so well, and I just need to see something on the side of Sentis to change. Whether they take space earlier in the map because of how Brita is just kind of execing, but it doesn't look like we're going to see any of that this round.
Focusing. Breaking.
I'm wondering, yeah, making a lot of noise towards A. They've almost conditioned this team to the A site with how many times they've hit, but 2 players taken out in the B site. I mean, they have to fight this one, but they can't. Cat completely shuts down the initiative Oppie tries to take.
Yeah, the side of Brita kind of splitting up there, I didn't mind, but at the end of the day, they were kind of just taking a 1v1 short and a 1v1 long, and that didn't go in their favor. And then the rest of the round kind of falls apart from there. But Grimoire being able to find 1 could possibly open up something here. They definitely need to get more, though, before they try and go for a plant.
Yeah, just quiet on the C site. Trying not
5
to-
cities
Planted.
Yeah.
relying on their retake and grouping up together. Which is the play. Holding because they're expecting a push coming up from Brita to kind of even out numbers, but it's not gonna happen.
Oh my god.
Bob getting
Bob's
away
the-
with.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god!
I can't even. I mean, listen. Hey, leave the two alive all the time. I don't. They did not need to be duelists, and I feel like you can see that. That's crazy. Bobsta just completely relying on their aim to solidify that pick, and then I mean Grimoire just running away with it. That's crazy, and that would have been a 5 Centis first round to put on their pockets.
I mean, Bob getting that second kill with a classic is insane, and then Grim just coming in and sweeping up the last 2. That's unreal. That had to have hurt Sentis, knowing that that could have been the first round to kind of switch this map around, but Brita's going back to their kind of heavy-leaning execs.
Oh my goodness. Oh, and that ultimate's just so difficult. TP and Arthur's like just behind them. They don't even know what's going on.
No, they're just so good at getting these first picks.
One enemy remaining.
It feels incredible because it's like it's almost trolling 5 Centis and being like, oh, peekaboo, surprise, I'm right here. So I don't know. The game plan's working out really nice. Coco Melon couldn't even utilize any of their util other than the smoke to settle down here for the A site. Everyone's gone. They have to play by themselves. Maybe a right click or two to try to run away with this one, but it is a save round for 5 Centis, so I do also give them some leeway there.
Yeah, and they did get out that Sova ult. And I want to say, like, even though it kind of looks like they're just brawling to the death, there is some thought behind it, right? Like, you have their set short take with putting pressure from a lobby, then having the Yoru TP onto them, and that Sova ult long and still applying pressure on that Sova so that they can't fall back in a site and fight together. Like, they're kind of forced to take those ones, and, like, British just coming out on top of them every single time.
Pretty cool to see, too, with... I mean, 5 Centis is also trying really, really hard to do different things, right? We've seen from Bobsta, oh, apologies, Australis being on the A side alone, capturing information, playing the retake, to now obviously the Cat pushing up and trying to not play so quietly and actually make themselves known.
Yeah, and they saw some sort of pressure coming from A lobby and are immediately reacting towards C, which is, I think, what 5 Centis is looking for.
Shadows traveling. Stay in sight.
Huge picks coming out from Yoru and Omen. I want to say it's like getting that first pick on the Jet kind of stops their exec, but in reality, if they didn't get that second, they still have the Yoru TP to get out. They still have the Omen blind, the Sova dart, everything.
Not ready yet.
I mean, oh, TP.
Little TP for info.
That's
Saw
good
too, but
information.
they're gonna have to try and find some sort of pick here. And are they clearing?
Ooh. Oh my goodness.
Not gonna happen.
I like the patience. Oh, I don't even think Cat. No, actually, apologies. Not aware that they're moving in towards mid until now. So Starbound's going to try to shut this down. Tons of damage, of course, and Coco Melon retrieves this. So finally, that first round for 5 Centis that we were missing out on, they do receive it.
Yeah, and I do like what 5 Centis did there. Put pressure on one map, kind of be ready to fight on the other rather than give it up. Whereas before they were kind of like trying different things. Like you said, I saw them try and fight heavily towards one side and then play retake on the other. But this method was a lot better, right? Because they're not just giving up C side or whatever side they're not putting pressure on. They're willing to fight and pick off those early, like kind of pick apart Brita's execs. So that's really nice to see. And I'm a little worried now on Brita just going back to their full-on XX, and it looks like we are going to see that. A little C split.
Ooh, okay, Offie's doing huge things with her ultimate. Especially now providing...
Here.
Yeah, 5 Centis was trying to provide some sort of assistance to get themselves on site with that Hunter's Fury, but so much util settled in towards the C site. We're trying to fight around this smoke just in the middle of sight. But even then, it's insane. 5 Centis, they finally found their footing. They found the weakness within British Shark.
No, see, this is what I love to see. I love that they're going back to what was working for them before with the fast rotates, the fast butts, not giving them a chance to breathe on site.
A gift.
This 2-on-2 is really working out for them. This is kind of the change that they needed here. We'll just see if Britta realizes that and maybe start putting more pressure towards mid or fighting through the smokes to push, like if they're fighting through backside. And again, we're just going for another C exec. Here, though, they're going to really have to put pressure and emphasis on fighting through.
Cover going out.
Oh, Cocomelon's good though. They do have paranoia. They
I
can
don't
play
think they're
this.
going to clear out the Yoru.
No. And even then,
Dart
too,
sees
like,
them.
there's so much going on. They've applied, I mean, their own blind, the paranoia coming out from British Arc to initiate on the site. Now there's only one player left alone to fight this 1v3. Ultimate's not going to do too much. I mean, maybe they have stuns to use here. Oof.
Five Sentis again had a similar idea, but it just did not work in their favor that time. The Yoru playing, or sorry, not the Yoru, the Yoru playing close there on C. Great on paper, but unfortunately, Emily was getting pressured way too hard to break to break the dart and just get spotted out. It looks like both teams are taking a similar approach going into this next round, though.
I'm out.
Going back to just kind of fighting for that back site here.
Who's next? Shadows.
Dara comes out, gets all the information that they need.
Yeah, this is huge. They know 3 on site over towards the back of Pop Flash, but Starbound does take out Arthur. So even with all that information, now a big workaround here from 5 Senti, taking everybody out on British Arc. And this was, I mean, a big denial of any information that British Arc had.
I mean, that's a good first pick on the Yoru TP spawn coming in from Starbound. And 5 Sentis, when they play for that back site, they're so good at locking it down. They have one in the smoke. They have one holding left from spawn. They have one holding from top of plat. Like, it's like impenetrable to break through that back site hold when they have 3 holding every single angle possible. And while I do like the aggression and the kind of surprise of that Yoru TP, I think they need to use those Yoru flashes to break through that backside hold. Flash into the smoke, flash out.
Okay, pushing through over towards A. They've left the spike B, so it's not like there really is any plans to commit to something just yet, especially, I mean, now with Cat playing the op on the A site, they know that there's a big danger here. They don't even care. They're just still gonna run this one down. Cat doing everything they can to just keep the A site intact, but British Arc are still trying to provide with an entry, and it's very difficult. They don't have any information to play with. They're going in completely blind, and now it leaves up to only 1 here from British Arc.
I mean, that was a crazy commit. We already knew 3 were there with the Neon that has all ready to use. But at the same time, they also didn't have any other options. It's not like they had alert that round that they could have fallen back onto. I like to see that 5 Sentis is making their way back into this half, though. They're slowly but surely figuring it out and what to do. And British seems like they're going straight back into the C exec. And as long as 5 Sentis hold down that backside and allow their rotates to come in, they should have no problem. Ooh, but Yoru's gonna get pushed off and have to TP. The Omen's gonna be left alone on site.
Oh, they didn't even see.
Spike down.
Yeah, not clearing out the angle is going to be very detrimental to their gameplay, and they've actually lost another one. So Cocomelon down. There's not, I mean, no.
I think that was a
refresh
spam
of
through the
smokes.
smoke.
Yeah.
We're still leaning pretty heavily towards the C site, though.
Gotta go.
They hear everything on the side of Britta.
Teleport's ready.
Just holding and waiting for Sentis to make a move or show presence elsewhere. But this could kind of backfire on Brita. If they end up taking site and this double flank comes through without them really expecting it. But it looks like we think that they've gone A. The map is so quiet. If they get site for free, Brita has
30
so much
seconds
neutral to
left.
fall off on. But they use their Sobal for the exec rather than post.
Yeah, they've
Spike
settled for C
planted.
again. I mean, it has been either C or A site with B site not necessarily being touched, but a big flank from Starbound to honestly just try to isolate some of these fights.
One
Oppie
enemy
has
remaining.
never lost a fight in their life apparently, and they just keep hitting the headshots, which is crazy. The 5 Sentis, yep, shut down immediately in an 8-4 hat that British Shark are able to run away with.
Not bad at all, considering that, yeah, they are running 3 duelists.
This place is nice.
I'm just excited to see how they play on this defense. They're going to have to be able to kind of do what 5 Sentis is wanting to, have those fast rotates, be able to kind of brawl out no matter what point the round is in, whether that's early, mid-round, or kind of stopping their execs or on the retake. And it looks like we're going to see that right here in this pistol with the 3 mid. And even if 5 Sentis end up leaning towards one side specifically, they'll have the rotates there in time.
Big push up towards mid is kind of what I'm seeing here. I mean, they needed to do something, right? Rather than just wait and see. Gather their own source of information. I do like this. Playing as a team, trying to I mean, see outright, but everybody's rotating A.
Yeah, they tried to sell the fake with the neon. But the mid push kind of counters that because they hear everything after. And they're already like so deep in their flank so quickly. This is really scary for 5 Sentis.
Eight seconds left
Looks
until
like we're
another
getting-
smoke is able to make its way. But yeah, this is quite interesting. I don't know. I mean, to play with this, Grimoire's just going to save their smokes until that rep comes about, which in itself is very dangerous.
Yeah, blind gets wasted. We're like barely aware of the flank though. We're just getting crunched on sight, but we're winning our fights?
Yeah,
You know, Sentis had the right idea trying to like equalize numbers by taking those fights spawn, but they didn't commit through. Instead, they kind of let themselves get crunched on sight and have Brita kind of run into their crosshairs from short and spawn. And it just worked out for them. 5 Sentis just out-aim Brita.
right, Oppie's waiting. Obviously, they know that the push is going to come through. They could hear every single cue coming about towards the A site. But they haven't initiated yet, right? Spike is still all the way towards the backhand side. They still do have that lurk leaning over towards mid. But unfortunately for Oppie, does get taken down.
Yeah, the trade does come through. It looks like they were kind of leaning a little bit more heavy towards A, which I don't even mind because it is an eco for them. They're just trying to kind of take as many fights as they can together. But I mean, already going 1 for 1, especially with their neon on the side of 5 Sentis, is huge. It definitely opens up the round for Brita. We do have Sova utility, but it looks like we want to play the... Oh, no, we are droning. Colby getting taken down, not being able to find any success with that shorty. And Bob's just alone on site. Able to get 1, though. And 2.
remaining.
Able to... What?
Down A.
Able to get basically the
30
whole
seconds
team.
left.
Race Monsters left alone, though. Trying to win an almost impossible 1v3, but it's their anti-egos around that they should be winning.
Oh, and the shock turrets are hitting. Oh, wow.
They
Big thrifty
sacrificed for
round.
nothing.
Oh, my gosh. And there was just
Gun
way too
cute.
much to try for. I give them kudos, though. British Shark taking that round in stride. And of course, again, for those of you that are joining us, this is the first map of the grand finals. So to win this map is going to be a huge advantage.
I mean, being down 8-4 on the side of Sentis and losing your anti-eco the second round that you should be winning is really, really tough to come back from. But insane shots from Bob. Literally, what a huge round. Love the aggression on the eco. The aggression gets shut down so fast for Britta, and they're looking to refight into this.
Spike down A.
The confidence coming in from Britta. I mean, especially after a round like that for Bob. I get why, but that's what we love to see, and that's going to be really hard for Sentis to kind of shut down. If every player right now is feeling it, this is like the win con. Now that every player is showing up on the side of Britta, they almost feel unstoppable. I will say though, 5 Sentis in that in their last half, they did take a second to kind of figure out what was working for them. So maybe that is the same case on this side. Maybe they just need a couple rounds to figure out what to do and how to kind of counter. But Colby just getting one with their first swing. Such a clean kill too. We have a double push down C so fast that I don't think they're going to expect at all.
No, and even then, Spike is kind of just sitting there. So
yeah, and you're going to hear them pick it up if they try to.
Okay, beautiful. Yeah, I like the patience there sitting on Cat.
Astralis is 1 HP though. They realize they have bomb now. 5 Sentis has to go and retrieve it. And I don't think they realize that they're pushed down C. Omen TP for bomb. They're going to be able to get the plant down, but we're going to need Neon or Yor to find some sort of success here. And the ice wall comes out.
No distractions.
Not going to get anything though. Cat needs to go big here.
Yeah, pop flash move towards backside. Cat can't take the pick. Now that's going to be that 3-player advantage. I mean, listen, British Shark, they're pushing as hard as they can to just close this out. So 11-5. Honestly, I'm really enjoying the way that they're playing on the defense with that
Instinct only goes
triple
so
duelist.
far.
I didn't know how well that was going to work out on its own, but I mean, with Bobster really showing up for the team right now, and I mean, Grimoire had that fantastic 3K to kind of settle the score. I think they're doing really good.
Yeah, no, everyone on that team is playing phenomenal. Even Grimoire, not even being positive, but having such impactful frags and moments in this match is insane to watch. And yeah, I want to touch on what you kind of said a little bit ago. With how Britta's playing, I love it too because they're taking space whenever they see the chance to, right? Wherever they're not putting pressure, they're walking up and willing to take those fights and gamble that there's no one there.
Huge pick already in mid. Okay, and they pretty much opened up the B site. The spike isn't there though, so you know they're gonna have to just keep the site until then, especially now with Grimoire. I mean, just fighting on the defense here.
Yeah, they're getting pinched from every single side. That pick on the chamber and
Spike
garage was
planted.
huge. They don't have a lurk to fall back on. They don't have any space except for site itself. But we've seen them come out on top on rounds like this before when Britta just kind of walks in the crosshairs, but it's not going to be the same thing this time around. Wow. Britta is just looking so clean right now. Winning those early fights, or at least getting traded out for them, picking off the lurkers.
Match point.
Sentis need to change something up here. They need to go for some sort of full exec rather than allowing themselves to kind of default and get picked apart. Or they just need to do something more together.
Yeah, match point, you know, in an awkward position. I don't know. I feel like the biggest thing that I'm noticing is like they're trying to isolate. You can see them like going a little bit more default. But
Yeah,
they have so much more to play with the utility. I think they may just, I mean, could be overthinking it.
I honestly think it's that they're trying to play it like standard Valorant, trying to run like defaults that technically it should work, but when you look at Brita and them having 3 duelists willing to take random fights at any moment, it's kind of rooting that that style and that gameplay that Sentis is trying to have, right? Because I'm seeing it like they're doing 1-3-1s, they're taking space, but the timing that Brita are going for these fights and taking their ones and kind of like just getting more info and taking space is so perfect and so unexpected for the side of Sentis that it's just catching them off guard like every chance they get, really. And 5-12, that's a hard scoreline to come back on, or to come back from. Especially going into a round with it's kind of broken by. We're gonna need something crazy to happen here.
Yeah. Something lucky? I don't know. It's, I mean, a good time to really go over that and debate about it, but it's also hard because you're looking at the Stinger and the Bulldog being brought out. You know, nothing that Cat can do. They're completely broke, other than maybe applying the ult. But, I mean, how well would that work with what we've been seeing from British Shark and how they've been shutting everything down thus far?
Yeah, I mean, especially with the timer on that Neon ult, like, we're going to need to see Sentis take something fast and take a fight fast with that if they're going to find any value out of it. But this is a good breather break. A little tech pause, allowing them to kind of regain and reset. Just really banking and hoping that we're going to see something a little more unexpected. A little, like something out of Brita's page, or something out of Brita's book for the side of Sentis.
Scanning ahead.
Colby does have an Odin they've pulled out, which does worry me because we're seeing a lot of pushback towards B.
Yeah.
And is just going to easily shut this down, and that's so terrible. Double tap now initiated, and they can take out anybody that they please with a simple 2K. And it's over, right? 5 Sentis. They've only have 2 players left that could really just push for this. Yep, and that's GG. That's going to be British are taking in that first map here with that 13-5.
Colby lived so long on that B side. Like, literally, the movement was perfect. Going from backside to right side to support, or to have someone support from C-Link. The fact that the ISO with the Odin lived that long was crazy. But, yeah, what a way to close out a map. They did try and change something up, but it just unfortunately did not work.
Yeah, no. And, you know, even with the default, it's very difficult because you do have, I mean, just like such an aggressive push from British Shark that felt almost impossible to get past Colby, right? With I did feel like Colby a lot of the time was carrying with their util and kind of just allowing themselves to play for the team. But brilliant gameplay on their end. I mean, a big congrats to British Shark for winning at that first map. But guys, please do not go anywhere. We do have our second map here for playoffs grand finals. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. So as you can see, it is just me, MLE. Unfortunately, Converse is not feeling well, so she will not be here for the last possibly 2 matches, or 2 maps, I should say. But honestly, that's okay, because me and you, we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna go and do this watch party style. Now, I will still try my best to give my 2 cents and try and make sure everything kind of makes sense throughout the gameplay on like what's going on and stuff. But yeah, we're just gonna kind of have fun with it, and let's watch some great Valorant. To give a little bit of a recap for those who missed map 1, we did have Britta win with 3 duelists, by the way, which was just so fun to watch. And it was 13-5 on Haven against 5 Sentinels. And when I think about like why they won, everything was kind of working for them. Like their 3 duelists was so unexpected, and that really worked out in their favor against 5 Sentinels because they didn't really know what to do. All of the timings that Britta was able to find on both defense and attack was just insane, because it felt like when I look at 5 Sentinels, it felt like they were trying to play more standard or more defaulty, right? Doing 1-3-1s, doing proper defaults. Whereas Britta just found amazing timings to kind of pick those apart, pick off their lurkers, pick off or be able to fight and stop their execs and such. So yeah, I'm just really looking forward to map 2. And seeing kind of how 5 Senties come back from a map like that and see if they can bring it to a map 3. Map 2, I believe, is split, and then map 3 is the decider. I don't know if we have anything to show for that by chance, but nonetheless, it should be really, really fun games. Oh, and we do have the map selection. Okay, perfect. So yeah, I guess to give a little bit of a recap on this too, 5 Senties did ban out Abyss, which we kind of expected because Britta did just come off of a pretty strong win in OT, very close games. And then Britta banned Sunset because, well, they got a little bit destroyed on that. A little bit might be a lot, but because it was 13-3, but they were able to come back and win that series nonetheless. And yeah, so we're going straight into Split, which should be pretty fun. It's honestly gonna be kind of a weird game though, just because of the style that Britta kind of pulled out, because we haven't seen them run 3 duelists yet. So if they continue with this kind of style and the kind of comp and just kind of working to what's in their favor, they could easily do another stomp on Split as well, especially on a map like this, where duelists kind of benefit a lot from taking aggro space early on. So I guess we'll just kind of see if they come in with that. And on top of their comps, it was night and day difference by how Britta was playing, right? Because everyone in that last map was showing up, whereas in that last best of 3, we didn't really see that. We kind of saw Colby being the star player, dropping plus 29 in a series, I believe, and Oppie kind of coming in that last map and saving them. And again, we love to see it. We're going back with a 3 duelist, where on Senties, we kind of have a more of a standard comp, more of a Wadada comp, actually coming in with the double Senti chamber deadlock. So it's kind of cool to see, because Britta is kind of taking a step towards their own playstyle, coming in with 3 duelists, and 5 Senties is kind of reverting back to like a Wadada playstyle, a more serious playstyle with this double Sentinel. So even though 5 Senties did kind of struggle finding their footing in that last map, I think now that they're playing on a comp that at least 3 of the players know pretty well, they kind of have a higher chance of having hopefully a little bit of a stronger start than they did on Haven. Especially starting attack with 3 duelists. This should be really fun to watch. I do want to note though, just speaking from experience of playing with at least one of the players on 5 Senties, Coco Melon, I do believe that because of how much experience they have under their belt, I don't think that last map is kind of like stuck, has stuck with them or stayed on their mentals. I think it's a new map, new them, so I could really see anything happening in these next 2 maps, hopefully, if we make it there. Little bit of a slow start, but Britta's 5 Senties kind of expecting that. They're kind of ready to play Floody on this B. Deadlock wall already going out. Britta kind of getting pushed back from that, looking to maybe take some space towards mid and rotate over back to that A site. And 5 Senties have somewhat of a trap here, flashing off of Omen's contact and just triple fighting. I don't think anyone's going to really go for it. Britta's doing a really good job at avoiding all that. Showing that early presence towards B and just shift walking all the way towards A. And we're still worried that it's just going to be a cut noise and pop B for Brita. But unfortunately, that's just the wrong read on the side of Sentis. Still contacting. This is like the slowest round we've seen all day from Brita. It's exposed now, though.
30 seconds left.
Sky fighting solo on a ramp, getting traded out, pushing spawn and getting that chamber pick too. Senti's in a 3v5 retake. They do have blind, or they should have blind. Raise nade going out, doing damage on the planner. Emlo getting 1. Cat getting traded out though. Grimoire 1 HP on site, just trying to find a 1.
Enemy remaining.
Oppie closing out with a 3KO. That was a nice shot. Oh my god. Well, that was an interesting pistol that we haven't seen.
Here.
Well, really, like, at all today. That was so slow, but it worked out for Brita. I feel like it kind of made 5 Sentis overthink a little bit. So that worked out in their favor, at least. We are seeing a Bucky buy coming in from Cat, though.
Coward.
But Brita's just looking for a straight-up A exec. Coming out. Rage Monster going for 1, not finding anything. A little bit of chip damage. 2 here on site, though. If Starbound gets his first pick, they get a Vandal. Unfortunately, will not happen, though. Gets a trade out from Cocomelon. Just jumping around. Not able to get a right click off. And it just kind of falls apart for 5 Sentis there. Unable to really flood out and hold site long enough to flood out, I should say. Rage Monster still finding 1, though. Being 1 HP. Oh, a fake Deagle flash, and that was a quick round. Okay, but here's where I get serious, because last map, 5 Sentis got bonus on. Like, they didn't win their buy round, and it was just kind of a steamroll from there. So hopefully, we find a way to win this round. I do like what I'm seeing though from Brita though, because they are on fire. They have been on fire since that last map. Like, it's like I said, it's literally a 9-day difference. So if they can kind of keep up that momentum and everyone kind of play how they've been playing in that last map, I think it'll be a kind of a stomp like last map as well. Sending the ISO solo up mid though, taking pressure away from the B main. They won't be able to have any stall util like the deadlock wall or race nade, because it's all being used towards mid. When really they're flooding out of B main for free. The wall comes out now, but it's too late. Just instantly broken. Starbound going for something here. Still possible 5v5 retake with no lurks mid. They're gonna have to win their fights on site. Cat gets the first pick though. Astralis with the second. Colby might find a way to kind of even out numbers here, but it's looking grim until it wasn't. Arthur and Colby finding success in every jiggle peek that they take. Now to 2v2. They do have a really good crossfire from backside and B main. Colby kind of jiggling out to look for 1. They're going to see the chamber. And, oh my god! Wait, they played that so well. In a 5v5 retake, they were able to kind of pick apart every time 5 Sentis tried to make a step out, whether that be Heaven or Spawn. That is such a tough round for them to lose. I mean, that whole round was really good, though. The fact that ISO was able to make that much pressure mid to allow no one to be watching or throwing util towards the B main choke points so that they could just get out freely was huge. I think 5 Sentis is going to be a little bit more aware and a little bit more paranoid of that now. Looks like we're going straight back into a exec. Chamber gets spotted out by Dog and by I. Gets the TP out, though. Jet running up ramp. Looking to try and find a pick. Starbound trying to make a hero play. Doesn't find success, though. 2 elbow, though. Maybe they can try and find something. They're both good for theirs, but they're going to need a lot more than that. And Rage Monster is showing up. Brita's going to rotate off. They know that both of them are there now. And just going to take it straight to B. They're fast enough. They should be able to get a good a plant down for free. But the thing is if 5 Sentis take their time, they're able to get those guns and make this kind of winnable again. Oppie a little paranoid of the vents flank. Deadlock is so far away, though. It's going to take a lot of time for their Deadlock to kind of catch up to their Sky here. Sky looks like they're going to try and find some sort of info. Yeah, just gets picked off. Now Deadlock's on a 1v2. And time is of the essence here.
No escape.
If Britta... Yeah, I was going to say, if Britta gives them, gives Astralis peaks, it's possible, but British is too clean and has an outlaw, so. What do we have here? We do have Deadlock out on the side of Astralis, but we also have ISO and Jet Knives. We have a full buy though, so anything could happen. It looks like we're changing our setups slightly here. Playing Omen more towards that heavy anchor on B so that Raze and Deadlock can kind of fight towards mid. Wow, Sky and Chamber fully trying to play for the site hold here. Jet taking ramp basically for free. Gets that trip out. They have so much space to just crunch the players on site. And there goes the ice wall. Gets the Chamber. Do they expect the Sky to be there too though? Sky has to make some insane kills here, but only good for one. It is a 3v3. We do have Deadlock ult that we can use here.
Spikes planted.
You're TP'd out. We have 2 playing main and only 1 on site here.
Last player standing.
A little bit of a whiff coming in from the Omen, and Astralis left to try and clutch it all, but unfortunately cannot win the 1v2 there. This is looking like a really strong start for Britta. Up 0-5. This is like a repeat of last map. 5 Sentis need to find a way to just change something or find something that works just a little bit sooner. Because even in last map, they, like I said, they were kind of finding their footing, but it was a little too late. Britta already had the advantage, and then come second half, it was just kind of a stomp from there. We are looking at something a little bit different here. Senti's on a weaker buy, but we're playing a lot more spread out on the side of Britta. Big rotates coming in from Sentis. Everyone kind of shifting towards B, leaving A side for free. Even though we weren't ready for like a full-on fake, we're still able to capitalize on the rotates. Oppie's pushed up. They weren't expecting it to be that fast though. Gets one and kind of plays a little bit further back. All 4 players going spawn though. Two kind of holding us down. They weren't expecting Oppie and Vents. Gets the trade, but it wasn't enough. We do have a gun on Coco Melon here, but we have to be able to find some kills with it. There's one, but we do still have a player Heaven, and time is running out. They're going to be able to play a post plant super well from Heaven here because of where it's planted. Perfectly for them, and the spam comes through. Maybe able to get one more, but not going to be able to secure the round. It doesn't even get that last one. Oh my gosh. I mean, that was an eco. So that was a good eco on them, especially for getting faked out like that. And now we're back on this full buy. We need to see Senti switch something up. Britta and these XX and these fakes are just too strong. And we also have Colby going 10-2, so that helps a lot. Well, not for Sentis, but for Britta. And it doesn't really look like we're going to change too much up. We're going to get a little bit of a brawl here in B main, though. Maybe Omen blind and Ray's just kind of fighting through. Or Omen TP's across. Are we expecting that, though? Cocomelon good for 1. Good for 2. Not able to find more, but those are even numbers. That's not bad at all. We have Deadlock already on site, but we do have an ISO lurking up through mid, and I don't know if we know that they can get past the Deadlock wall. I don't know if it was broken or placed not correctly, but ISO was right behind our Chamber, and Chamber is so unaware.
Last player standing.
Almost a whiff out of Kobe to get that 2-piece, but able to kind of close it out, and now it's just Rage Monster in a 1v2. ISO is lit though. This isn't impossible, but Britta tend to play these crossfires pretty well, but it looks like we're just peeking.
Last player standing.
Britta gets 1. Oh, sorry. Oh my gosh. Wow. That's a nice little 2v1 for Rage Monster. They kind of gave that to her though a little bit there with peeking. Like, I understand jiggling the first time, but after that, surely it's a peek off me situation.
Try me.
But I can't be too mad because that's huge for Sentis. They are on the board now. Maybe this is where they turn things around and gain some sort of momentum. And we're still not changing anything up on the side of Sentis. But I mean, we are kind of just hoping that Brita end up swapping stuff up like they did last round. That worked out in Senti's favor. But it looks like we're just going back to a heavy A. Maybe a little bait, or at least getting ramp control. And that's the thing too, 5 Sentis never really fight for ramp. They always like plan on retaking it or re-clearing it. But the problem with that is that it gives Brita so much room to do whatever they want. Whether that's push through vents or just even hold and get someone locked in there like Oppie is right now. Get spotted out though. And we're taking this mid space. Vents is completely clear. We know that from the Fade Dog. And we have yours sitting outside of B main. Oppie gets picked off. It looks like we're still walking back towards that A site though. Fade's still staying there to put pressure. Same with Yoru. No luck on the deadlock ult. I mean, they are shifted more towards B side, but slowly rotating back towards A. They know that something's off with this and why there's not a whole lot of movement coming out of Brita. They just continue walking up, getting Orb on the Omen there. They do have Omen TP. Both 2 players still on B. There's not a chance of a big fake out here. Cat accidentally jumping, I have to imagine. Gets picked off.
I can't miss. My ult is
Huge
ready.
pick from Starbound.
Spike planted.
We are in a 3v3. It's possible, but we're not aware of the flank coming in from Arthur, and Arthur TP's out. If this is Planet for Heaven, it's gonna be really tough. They gotta speed it up coming out of spawn here.
One enemy remaining.
Smoke fades perfectly for Grim. Astrala's getting 1 though. We're just kind of buying time, yeah.
Don't worry. I got the strike alert.
Brita is looking so clean right now. It's like a night and day difference from their first best of 3 to this one. But I have to stay optimistic. I have to say that maybe next half they'll struggle a little bit more being on that defense half and having 3 duels. But I also kind of thought the same on Haven. And they were just so good at finding their timings because 5 Sentis was playing it slower. And still, we're yet to see a big change coming in from 5 Sentis. They're not really taking space anywhere on the map when pressure's shown. Brita's able to kind of just exec out and not have anything stopping them. Smoke comes in a little too late there to really do anything. And now again, we're left in a 2v5.
Last player standing.
You know what?
Little shit.
I'm just dashing in. Wait. We pop knives? Did we mean to do that? I would have loved to see a knives round. Surely we didn't mean to do that. Well, that's okay. It's not even like Oppie really needed knives, so. Again, we're going into a little bit of a weaker buy from 5 Sentis, but at some point you gotta just kind of keep forcing and try and make something work. We are seeing a little bit of a swap up though. Sky's going towards that heaven area, B heaven area, and Raze is gonna start fighting for ramp, but unfortunately, this is not the round to do that because Brita is looking for a full B exec. Deadlock gets hit by that ISO vulnerable, unable to throw a wall.
It's you and me.
Gets netted, ISO comes out. Gets, I don't even know who ISO got. ISO got Sky. And it's just an absolute brawl. Astral is able to get 2 and
Player standing.
wow. I did not see that going Senti's way, but whatever works, whatever they can take, whatever they can get, they have to take it. But that's kind of what we need to see more. We need to see them brawling and fighting up and not letting Brita get so much space and kind of just get sight for free. And their A-hold is what they've been struggling with the most. So the fact that Brita is kind of moving away from that is a little strange. I think they kind of figured out just off that round that, okay, they swapped something up. But I don't know. They're just kind of banking on this mid B split right now.
Stabilizing.
Getting B main. They got B main really fast. Not really pushing out of it yet, though. It looks like they're kind of baiting the nade or the wall to come out before they come through, but neither of those players were there to kind of throw any of it. 3 sitting in and behind the smoke, waiting for a pop here. Omen has no blind. Deadlock's going to have to kind of fight this alone. It's going to be a really risky swing for Omen to take if they're kind of peeking off Deadlock's contact. We do have Omen holding that. Nothing coming through yet. We still have 2 sitting behind the sensor in B main. Chamber dropped hell to kind of avoid the bait and gets 1 through B main. Deadlock all out. Actually finding 1. It's a 1v1 in heaven right now. Fortunately, Astralis gets picked off, but it still gets 1 with her ult. And now they're aware that the chamber was here. So aware of the flank. It is too easy for Grim. Oh my gosh. The fact that they even wanted to check their heaven there, knowing that there was still a chamber on site that could pick off their teammate or them at any moment, but still choosing to turn around and leave full faith in Bob to kind of take that 1v1. That was confidence. That was confidence. Last round, tough buy on the side of Sentis, but who knows? Anything can happen. We are going back towards this A, and it kind of looks like we're reverting back to an old setup, just a swap between Omen and Sky. We do have the ISO that will be able to clear out all these positions of them hiding. Did not clear Flower Pot, though. Was not seen, but I think Chamber assumed that they were. Cocomelon gets 1. That puts a little bit of a damper in their exec, killing off their jet dash. Unable to find a second, though, and Yor TP'd on and TP'd off. And it's just an absolute... I don't even know. I don't even know what you would call that.
It's my pit. Out of charges.
Senti's just getting stomped when it looked like they kind of found an opening there. But immediately gets shut down. Oh, and it's another stomp of a half. Like, it's going to be hard for them to come back into this. Especially on split attack. Like, I don't know. Honestly, if I was in their heads, you just kind of have to take it round by round. That's really all you can do in games like this. You just have to try and not think about the score, but literally take it round by round and just slow everything down a bit. I think I remember, you know what, actually I came back from like an 11, I think it was 11-3. Nah, I think it was 11-3 on like a set, and we came back and we won it. So it's not possible, or it's, wait, it's not possible. It's not impossible. It is possible. But it just takes a lot. And even then, if you were to come back from a map like that, it takes so much energy that going to map 3, you are kind of feeling it a little bit. So, but nonetheless, you have to get there first. A little bit of around the world coming in from 5 Sentis. I feel like I've called this shot before for Louis. Or, sorry, Mluo. Starbound gets picked off, though, unfortunately. We have all of A Heaven, but we have 2 anchors on the A site, and we're all kind of split up on 5 Senti's side. Looking to show some sort of pressure towards B Heaven. The eye did not hit, though. Still, Obby being able to find 1. The timing there was just too perfect. I really thought they were going to be able to pick off the jet there and have the fade just rotate over. B site is free, though. Rage Monster's going to try and get a plant down. I don't think they think someone's this close, though, and unfortunately gets picked off. And now Cat's just in an impossible situation on pistol round in a 1v3, and dies trying to pick up the bomb.
There.
We're going to need to see 5 Senti forward something, and I don't know. Like, even Brita played that so well. They didn't really, like, react or give up spots to when Sentis was taking that A Heaven space or A ramp space. they kind of just let them have it. It was like, okay, yeah, we'll just lock down sites. You can have that, but we're keeping site.
I'll hunt down Sky.
Looks like we're going heavy mid here. Maybe planning to do a B split, but they really just have to take care of mid first. And it looks like Kobe's gonna be playing close in that smoke.
Next.
With a judge too. Oh my gosh. Starbound able to find one, but will that be enough to kind of open this round up for them? They still have little to no control here, and Colby's just going ham with the judge in mid. Last three are gonna try and flood out B main, but they have to worry about heaven and sight now. And Euro just sitting there with his flash out.
One enemy remaining.
Judge from that far just getting spammed, and Bob closing it out the 2K. Those were nice picks from MLUO, but
Match
just
point.
not enough.
This is it. Their courage falters.
Look at Colby going 20 and 7. Their whole side of Brita is positive right now. That is just crazy.
There.
Looks like we're going for an A stack. So 5 Centis could have a chance to bring another round or live another round. As long as Oppie doesn't do something absolutely insane with this outlaw.
Bring them down.
They cleared all of A main. Rotates are going to start coming through. If they're going to pop, they're going to have to do it now. You already TP'd over. Isu's halfway there. Cat gets picked off. Astralis gets a trade, though. They're just going to be flooding out with this Yoru and ISO. And before they even try getting bombed, now they have to take these fights. They have to win these fights. Gets the ISO. Unaware of the Yoru, though. They have to know that someone could be behind them. But Arthur gets one.
Down B.
It's a 2v2, and Astralis is left on an island.
Time to jump.
Is that Fade with a judge? Fade just judging her wall.
Fear.
Dog gets bit, they know that.
Sweet
And
dreams,
unfortunately-
asshole.
Defenders win.
Unfortunately, Astralis could not win that
My
1v2, like we've seen her do so many times. And that is a win in finals for Brita Shark, which also I didn't even know was a meme. Like Gompers had to show me that on TikTok, and it's actually really funny if you haven't seen it. Because I was so confused on why that was their name, but it's a great name. Not only did they win a quick 2-0, but they also won it staying hydrated. So that is very hyped to see, and congratulations for Brita. That is what we love to see, truly. I know this last map was a little bit different than what we're kind of used to, but it was fun, and I hope you guys had fun too. And honestly, I'm just happy that I can be here watching some awesome Valorant, watching some awesome players and some awesome teams battle it out, and just ultimately have fun. Like, I feel like, especially with these players, like, these players are, like I said before, all from main event, really. I'm pretty sure like at least 99% of them are from main event, top 8. So seeing them be able to kind of play with new people that they're not really used to and kind of just pug it out and have fun is really nice and refreshing. And I know even though it did not work out for 5 Centis, I know that they had fun doing it. Like, come on, seeing Starbound on an agent other than Chamber, it's always a pleasure to see, because we haven't seen that literally all year. Like, I think that was the highlight for me, is seeing Starbound play something other than Chamber. So that was really fun. And also seeing MLUO back in action. She's always so fun to watch. But yeah, it was really fun. I'd love to take a quick peek at these stats though, if we can, real quick, just to kind of highlight how much of a difference it was going from that last best of 3 to this one. Like literally night and day difference, like I said. And Colby, just huge props to Colby, dropping 20 kills, 20 and 8. After coming from a best of 3 that they kind of had to carry and drag their team through to win out against, I believe it was Blade. Yeah, I think it was Blade. But yeah, going plus 29 and then having such a strong last 2 maps to kind of win them this title was really awesome. And we can also take a peek at the bracket just so you guys can kind of see how we got here. Today we did semifinals and finals, and it was a treat to be able to watch all of these matches. Absolute bangers too. Like I was so happy that we got to watch that last map of Brita versus Boomers, because that was a hype map. That was close. It was 12-14, and it was just really fun to watch. And that's one thing that I also love about GC Academy, is that like you get to see different play styles and different comps that you normally wouldn't. You get to see a variation of players at all different skill levels kind of coming together and just having fun and improving and just brawling it out. And it's truly awesome to be able to be a part of it and watch it and cast it too. It's just always fun. You guys always make the matches so fun, all the players. But before we head out here, I just want to let everyone know and remind you guys, if you guys are interested, you can also join the Radiant server for info on all the Academy updates. If you want to watch, if you want to be notified when it's going on, or if you even want to play. I'm sure there's ways you can kind of find teams and build teams in that server too, I believe. At least when I was in it, there was like a whole thing where you could kind of find a team as a solo player, and it's honestly just a really warm and welcoming community, and it's so fun to be a part of. But no, I really appreciate you all sticking around, especially for this last map that is a little bit different than what we normally do, you know, kind of more watch party style. I really appreciate it. It was a lot of fun, and I look forward to seeing you guys all at the next GC Academy.